All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the Cabrillo Unified School District Regular Governing Board meeting of Thursday, April 13th, 2023. Happy springtime, everybody. Thanks for being here. Okay, so we will start with our roll call. Rosie, please.
Thank you, Sophia. Sophia? Here. Kimberly?
Here.
Carmen? Carmen's still not here. Lisette? Here. Mary Beth?
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rosie. And we will then go to item 1C, the Pledge of Allegiance. Catalina, the honors, please. All right, item 2, the approval of the agenda. Dr. McFetrich, you have some adjustments to
feedback
propose.
there. Yeah, President Lane, staff will recommend some, I don't know what's going on with that one. Staff will recommend a few changes tonight on the agenda. Number one, the item about the TRAN, which is the issuance and resolution for maximum amount borrowing. We heard from San Mateo County Office of Education this week that they consider us in fiscal distress after receiving our qualified budget, and they will need to review that with us before we can bring the TRAN. So we consider bringing that back in May. So we will strike, we recommend you striking item 5D because of the county's request. I have received some questions about the portables on the consent agenda. And so on those portables, I would like to bring those to the end of the, as we do when we lift something off a consent agenda, we would bring that to the end of the general business session. Number 3, I understand Mr. Reardon has requested that CSEA speak first as far as employee comments for the bargaining unit representatives organizations report. And because that's a change in agenda, we have to ask you all to approve that. Next, we did receive some field trip requests from Future Farmers of America's late before we posted the agenda the day before the spring break. So we would ask that you consider those, and we have presented those tonight because Brown Act requires us to share that with the public at the same time since they couldn't get it to us before the break. And finally, the boundaries discussion, because of public comment that we've received asking us to not make this an action, we are recommending that we consider this as a discussion and informational item only. So those would be the agenda requests that we would make from staff.
Point of clarification, Dr. McFetrich, for the field trip, where does that fall into our agenda? Is that under consent now?
That would normally be in consent, and if you will approve it as consent, we would be happy to accept it that way, or we can just visit it at the end of the meeting.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve with a recommendation on whether we include it in consent or at the end of the meeting?
So moved. At the end of,
Are we,
I'm sorry, on the consent for the
consent.
field trip.
very low. Can we approve the whole changes in just one motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I meant, like all of that plus clarification.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye. This item passes 5+1.
All right, thank you very much. So that brings us to item 3, communications, public comments. So, a second, open up the right windows. Okay.
is one more for 3A, and this is for 5A.
This is okay.
This is 5A too, and this is 1.
Yeah, okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, so. All right, so for public comments, item 3A, friendly reminder, public comments, agenda item, hearings, and other agenda items are an opportunity to provide a comment to the board. We allow 3 minutes per person and up to 20 minutes in total for all speakers, with the opportunity to extend this at the discretion of the board president and consent of the board. I'd like to ask members of the public who share the same viewpoint, please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint so that we can conduct our business in an effective and an efficient manner as is in the public's best interest. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff for follow-up. Though, please also feel free, if we do not do so explicitly, to follow up with Dr. McFetridge directly sometime after the meeting if you would like to share or receive further information. So I'm fine extending beyond 20 minutes for tonight if the board is, we don't have to take an official vote, but if folks are generally in agreement, just by nod of head or, okay, thanks. Okay. Also to further streamline meetings, I don't know if I read this part. Also to further streamline meetings, we will only accept requests to address the board prior to the agenda topic. All right. So with that, I'm going to first read one comment for this item that was submitted online from Angelica Bruno, a teacher. Good evening, I'm Angelica Bruno. I have been a teacher for 20 years and a co-sider for over 30. One, a COLA given by the state should be used for all your employees who have daily contact with students. Give us our COLA, 0% is unacceptable. 2, before you vote on school boundaries, ask the co-siders for their input. 3, do not use Kings Mountain minutes, the school with the smallest school population and the smallest class size, as the example for minutes for our largest schools with the largest class sizes. 4, bring back the school buses. Thank you. Okay. All right, so with that, I will call up the name, and then I'll also say the next person's name, so you can just be ready to come up. Okay, we'll start with Erica Crine. And next will be Abby Foster.
I heard Clint speak last night.
There you go.
All right. Oh, great. It's even louder. I demand my 4 seconds back. Just kidding. I heard Clint Smith speak last night in the city. He's a journalist, a poet, a writer. He wrote how the word was passed. He's also a teacher and spoke to the audience about these trying times as educators. He mentioned after a once-in-a-lifetime, hopefully pandemic, how are we doing? This is a valid question. I ask myself, how are we doing? How are we responding? How are we rallying both proactively and responsively? The conditions that we find ourselves is a combination of a flawed school system that's federal and state level. We cannot merely write off what's happening by saying write your local and state leaders and choice makers. I can be active at the local level. I can try to change what's happening, and we as a district and as the districts around us have done and can change. We can be the change makers. Equity is looking at a system that might be inherently unfair and broken and making adjustments. Those adjustments might not look the same for everyone. That is a part of equity. That is leveling the playing fields. Not because the people involved are less than or not as important, but because the society and these systems have created barricades and obstacles. This is hard work for all of us, for me, for you all, for everyone behind me and those not here. This involves looking at situations from multiple angles, multiple perspectives. It involves considering all parties involved. You cannot disempower families. You cannot disempower the families. That is base level. The district has also actively decentered and disempowered the teachers, the experience, their expertise, and their firsthand knowledge. This is in community decision-making, in policy-making. We are not being included. We, as the educators, are not having our expertise valued, and we will leave. You need us. We are a huge part of this. It is a noble profession, but there is a teacher shortage. You will see that there are educators who are frazzled and overwhelmed. While our responsibilities and demands on our time has increased exponentially, the help and support has not kept up. The impossible task I have is to advocate as a professional on behalf of the students and our staff, on behalf of the families and for myself. We can guarantee access to quality education by having comprehensive professional development, adequate collaboration time to plan, consult, differentiate, learn, and with all of our brand new curriculum, of which there are several forthcoming.
All right. Thank you very much, Erica, Abby, and then up next is Mike Ramirez.
Hello, good evening, members of the governing board. Thank you for your time. My name is Abby Foster, and I teach first grade at Hatch, but I think most of you know that already. I've been around for a long time. And you've heard me speak about my experience teaching in this district and working with previous school districts, school boards, and superintendents to negotiate contracts collaboratively. I was on the negotiations team for more than 10 years. Tonight, I'm here as a voice for the newer teachers, the next generation, people who don't feel comfortable addressing you directly because they fear retribution. They are not tenured. As the CUTA site rep for Hatch, I'm here to speak for them. And what I'm telling you tonight, I've heard directly from the mouths of the teachers at my site. As you know, we at Cabrillo are not able to fill open teaching positions. And when teachers do come, they don't stay. As one teacher put it, this is a direct quote, "There is a feeling that we can be replaced with any warm body. We aren't valued, we aren't respected." I personally, this is my voice, I've had 9 student teachers from Stanford. Not a single one of them has applied to teach in our district. Why? They see the lack of support and respect. I'm talking about salary, but I'm also talking about our general work environment and our quality of life. No prep time, no aides, endless hoops to jump through, the same hoop over and over and over again as the district leadership turns over and we have to create and fight the same battles again. We have to fight to get the basic teaching materials that we need, the list goes on. There's a huge teacher shortage in California. The state recognizes this and gave us a generous COLA. Other districts in our area, districts who already pay higher salaries and benefits, are giving 8%, 14% as they settle on contracts for next year. We don't even have a contract for this year. At Cabrillo, we teachers meet to negotiate a contract in good faith, and what are we offered? 0.0%. What is that even? That's an offense. That's a snub. That shows very clearly how much you value and respect and appreciate your teachers. There's an agenda item about teacher appreciation. If you want to appreciate us, show us. Don't tell us, show us. When I was growing up, my teachers and my family taught me that when someone disrespects you and you accept it, you are not respecting yourself. The teachers in this room respect ourselves. Don't be surprised when teachers leave and you have even more openings that you can't fill next year.
Thank you very much, Abby. Next up, Mike Ramirez, and after that, Richard Van Weingarten.
Good afternoon, Mike Ramirez, concerned citizen. So as a community, we have a very high expectations, especially living here in the San Francisco Bay Area, which by far is the greatest metropolitan area on earth. The federal government recognized the need to attract and keep top talent, and this year posted a 5% pay raise for all employees because it's what works in stopping the revolving door. The latest edition of the Half Moon Bay Review shows school budget figures show financial stability, and it's above the fold, so it's going to be on top soon. In this article, it says a Half Moon Bay Review, there are school budget figures show financial stability. The quote, the financial outlook presented by this board is a complexity of funding formulas and reporting 120 pages long. Other districts are balanced, is making this report long and difficult on purpose. In my eyes, in the eyes of the community, not providing a cost of living is absolutely outrageous. I looked at Dr. Sean's personal statement, and it reads in part, throughout his years in various school settings, Sean has always been committed to work and help with communities and individuals achieve, improve outcomes in college, career, and life readiness. He is grateful to serve on the coast in this way. So we all have a crisis, right? The bus is about to go off the cliff. Be the change, do your job.
Thank you very much, Mike. Richard, and then Carrie DiMartini.
Okay, normally I'm just a really big fan of Pepsi, but tonight I thought Coca-Cola Zero was the way to go. All right, I teach social studies at the high school and love working with the young people of this community. This is my 9th year teaching the district, and fortunately it has been the 3rd year in a row I once again am working on an expired contract. This year's contract COLA offer was and still is 0.0. It is embarrassing enough to explain to my friends who are also teachers and administrators in several other school districts that we do not have multi-year contracts here and deal with retroactive owed pay, but am now also getting a 0.0 COLA offer again this year during a time of runaway inflation and higher bills. They look at me confused as to not only why my district does this, but why am I still staying here? I guess my only answer is because I think of the children. Last year, Michael Carey sent me an email reminder in early February to fill out and return the annual district teacher survey of whether we were coming back or not for the 2022-23 school year. I promptly, concisely, and in a professional manner thanked him and reminded him that I have by California state law until June 30th to fill out and return the form. Following that email exchange, I got a very lengthy and eloquent email from our just hired District Director of Personnel and People Services, Bianca Forrester, detailing that I needed to get the form in now because I needed to think about the children. Being in my 8th year here and 23rd in the profession, I was quite impressed by these inspirational words by a brand new hire in our district, particularly from someone who's not actually worked one-on-one with children. This situation got me wondering though, why does the district emphasize turning in return forms 4.5 months earlier than necessary when the district prioritizes increased spending on district personnel before the school year starts and not making any COLA offers 8 months after the school year has started and 6 bargaining sessions have passed? I have 0.0 answers for that. I have 0.0 reassurance that this district and its superintendent is thinking about the children. When so many teachers turn in their forms over 4 months earlier, like Bianca likes, with "I plan to terminate my employment" checked off on the form. While veteran teachers leaving saves you money, it comes at a cost to our children. Since you have given 0.0 consideration to teachers, maybe you should think of the children. Please remember them.
Thank you, Richard. Carrie, and then Rafael Dubin. Oh, I'm sorry, Dubon.
Hello, my name is Carrie DiMartini. I'm a special ed teacher. This thing's whistling at me. At Half Moon Bay High School. I'm going to stand back here. I can't talk loud. When the state gives the district an 8% plus COLA, I believe that that should be spread 8% across all areas, including all of our salaries. It doesn't matter how good your books are, how good your buildings are, how good anything is if you don't have us. And so please compensate us, because it's difficult to hire new teachers since we have one of the lowest salaries already in the county and some of the highest cost of living. And you need us. So please give us all the support.
Thank you, Carrie, Rafael, and then Amy Trainer.
No, I use this time. I can't believe I came for this. I've been doing this too many times. For 2 decades I've been here. Good evening, everyone. I wish I could turn and face you guys, because I know you will listen to me. Many of you have been here, but you've been heard, but not listened to. But this get up here won't let me. So hello, parents. Hello, fellow teachers. Hello, administrators. Administrators, gracias for all that you try to do for us. I know you have your hands tied sometimes, but you do the best you can with the little you have. The the title of my address is, should I go, should I stay? You know, I'm just back from a long family sick leave. I was nervous coming back. I was afraid that the kid would not like me. You know how it is after a long-term substitute. I was lucky enough that my substitute was responsible and tried to do his best. I came back on Monday. My welcome has been very warm. From welcome back, Duvon, Duvon is back. Hola, jefe. ¿Cómo está, mi rey? I am happy you will be teaching us again. Two more stories that I want to share with you. My wife was in New York City on a train. He heard the word HMB. A conversation ensues, and Lisa asked, are you from Half Moon Bay? The student said, yes, I love that town. I love HMBHS. I had a great education there. The second story comes from Spain. Gracias, Señor Duvon, for all you taught me. I am playing professional basketball in Spain, and I am using all the skills I learned from my teachers at Half Moon Bay. This is what keeps me coming back, not the salary, not the salary. I wouldn't be able to live. You know, I'm happy I marry a doctor, so this is a hobby for me, right? That's where I'm coming back. I'm happy to be in the classroom. I'm not happy to be facing you. I would like to be looking at my colleagues here, because they will listen to me. In my more than 2 decades working as a cougar up on the Hill, I have seen many negotiations. They have not been easy. Usually, we gave some, they gave us some. But there is a sense that we had a sense that we were being listened to, a sense of common compromise, a sense of respect. In the last 5 years or so, the winds have changed. Last negotiation, initial offer, 2%. This time, 0. But these colors never run, okay? I gotta find my place. The DO says we need to tighten our belts, but at the DO, several positions have been created, some of them with great salaries and benefits. While benefits for teachers and staff have been frozen. So it seems to me that while some belts have been tightened at the DO, they have been let loose. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael. Amy, and then Jenny Scarpacci.
Hello, my name is Amy Trainer, and I've been a math teacher for 29 years, 19 of which have been at the high school. I spoke to you last time about an issue that is affecting the education of our students here on the coast side, that being the low salaries offered and the retention of our teachers. I listened to the board members' response to all 15 of us speaking about that same problem at the last board meeting. 2 of you responded and seemed to hear what we were saying. You responded by saying you hear us, but we can't have both a raise and reinstate Tier 2 teacher benefits. We weren't asking for both. We were asking for anything greater than 0. You also stated there's going to be a recession in 3 years. I do not believe anyone can predict that. When the recession of 2008 came, we worked with the district. The teachers took furlough days. Veteran teachers paid for family benefits, and we negotiated the Tier 2 teacher benefit package. We know how to come together when there is a crisis, and in the past we're respected and heard. But we've had many good years since 2008. I know the state requires a 3% reserve for a possible recession. Why are you multiplying that by 5 and trying to have a 15% reserve? We need to spend that money now to retain high-qualified teachers and fix the problem I spoke about last time. I mentioned since 2010 I've hired over 30 teachers in my department at the high school. I didn't mention that sometimes I only had 1 applicant, that I've hired teachers that didn't speak or write English, that some lived in their cars, some had 0 teaching experience or training. I've had to find teachers mid-year, which often ended up being a substitute teacher. This is unacceptable and must be remedied now, not with future housing that most likely will take years to develop. Salaries are the answer, and we are not asking for the moon. We are asking you to build into the budget yearly salary increases to retain and attract qualified teachers and cover the cost of inflation, so we are not making less every year and having to waste our time fighting for a new contract. We are asking you to build into the budget and the district office what the district office employees have built into their contract, yearly salary increases and family benefits. I recently conducted math interviews to fill 2 vacancies I'll have next year. One of the questions they asked me at the end of the interview process was, what is your district doing to retain and attract qualified teachers? I didn't have an answer. You talk about equity, and now it's time to practice it.
Thank you, Amy. Jenny, and then Teresa Jansen.
Hello, I'm Jenny Scarpacci. I'm a first grade teacher at Fairlawn View. I am a veteran teacher of 18 years with the district. Recently, in this last summer, and then recently again, a couple weeks ago, I was able to attend a really amazing professional development with the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and then again, a professional development from the County Office of Ed. And my partner in crime, Sherry Hall, attended these with me, and we were treated like queens, which was weird. They gave us catered lunches, they gave us swag, they had amazing learning opportunities. The respect that we were given as professionals in our career was weird. We are not used to being treated so well. And that's because we're used to less. So we're used to less heat in our classrooms when there is no power. We are used to being asked to work after hours, but instead of being paid at our salary rate, we're asked to accept a lesser amount for our work. We are asked to accept less in terms of a COLA, or zero. We're asked to accept less in terms of a salary increase. We're asked to accept less and less and less. And Sherry and I looked at these people, these presenters at the aquarium and through the County Office of Ed, and we kind of asked them, isn't this insanely expensive? You are doing all of this for us. Why are you doing this? It's really weird. We're not used to more. And they said, of course it's expensive. Of course, it's a huge amount of our budget. But investing in teachers is our priority. Because when you invest in teachers, you're not investing just in an individual person or professional. You're not just investing, it doesn't just have repercussions for the students that we are working with that year. When you invest in teachers, you're affecting hundreds, thousands of kids for each teacher. So please invest in us so that we can invest in our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Teresa Jansen, and then Sharm DeMeo.
Good evening. I am really not one to speak that much at board meetings, but I have been in the education industry for 20 years. I've been at Half Moon Bay High School for 5 years. My name is Teresa Jansen, and I want to highlight, and I've heard this before, about the revolving door that occurs at the high school. I have said goodbye to too many educators in the 5 years. Some of the names include Vanessa Stubbs, Marcine Kendall, Joey Naples, Hannah Korsland, Lane Mullins, Hannah Carney, Holden Hicks, Joelle Saute, and many more. Unfortunately, saying goodbye to great teachers is a normal occurrence in our district. 5 of these teachers left for districts that have better health care and higher salaries, and 2 moved on to higher paid positions. With teachers leaving, the administration has the task of hiring new teachers to fill these important positions of educating our youth. Since I have been here, the hiring pool has become increasingly low due to our district's reputation of much lower salaries and healthcare benefits than over the hill. We do, however, eventually hire some great teachers thanks to the relentless work of our principals and teachers and vice principals. Veteran teachers like myself mentor, listen, plan, and take time with these new educators. Often they're first-year teachers. It's natural for us to help them. We are educators, but here's the issue. The students are suffering, and that's why I'm speaking. According to research, student achievement tends to be significantly worse in the classrooms of first-year teachers. And we want teachers. We all want more teachers. I look at my seniors and I tell them you would be great teachers. But our scores are low. State testing scores, which represent our district, are in critical need of being raised. 27.32% of our students met or exceeded math standards. 54% of our students met or exceeded ELA standards. One goal, I'm on school site as well for 3 years. One goal, our largest goal, is to raise these testing scores. But it will be really, really difficult with veteran teachers leaving year after year. And these students seeing new teachers that are dealing with so many things. So the revolving door is an issue, and only when it really affects students is when I'm choosing to speak. And it is affecting all of us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Teresa. Sharon DeMayo, and then Annette Angeles Haggerty.
Hi, my name is Sharon DeMayo, and I'm a fourth grade teacher, and I've taught most of my life. And I'm here because I love teaching. I love being with the students. And I moved here just a couple of years ago, and I've been so supported by the parents, the students, the teachers, and the administration. But there's been times where I've thought, I just feel like I haven't been heard. And when I'm trying to advocate for my students, or when I hear teachers coming to me and expressing those feelings to me, and I'm just asking why. I just need to I want to be able to understand what is happening, and but I am here, and I just thank for all the people that have spoke tonight, and for all of you being here. But I am grateful for that we're here together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Annette, and then Heidi Mills.
Hello, I'm Annette Angeles Haggerty. I feel like I'm first-time caller. I've been on the coast for 30 plus years. I've been a teacher with the district for over 20 years. And boy, over those years, I've seen a ton of changes. So many changes on the coast alone. You can ride your electric bike on the coast trail. People drive electric cars. Thousands of people come here to the coast to walk on our great trails. We now have an awesome trail right outside my classroom, which our students partake in often. It's amazing. Yet, and school buses. We can use a school bus again for a field trip, which is amazing. Very thankful for that, and thankful to our PTO, who is allowing us to do that. Yet, there is still so much that has not changed. What hasn't changed? Teachers are still feeling undervalued and underappreciated. Turnover is still high within our district. Still, we are fighting for a cost of living adjustment. An adjustment. Still fighting for our designated time to collaborate, because we know that working together makes us greater. And as someone once said to me, change is hard. Deal with it. Respect teachers, respect our time, respect our right for a COLA. 0% needs to change.
Thank you, Annette. Heidi Mills, and then Thomas Wellrod.
Good evening. I'm Heidi Mills. I'm a longtime, lifetime, in fact, Coastside resident. I've taught TK at El Granada for a number of years. And normally I come very prepared. I wordsmith my speech. I want it to be just right and right under the timeline, which didn't get reset, by the way. Thanks, Rosie. But I feel like you're not hearing anything we're saying, because things are not changing. We're not feeling valued at all. And then we look at the board agenda and we see things hidden in the back of the agenda that affect our entire community. Now, thank you, Sophia, for your response today that says we're gonna back off and hold off and slow the roll. But I feel like if we're not on our toes 100% of the time, things are slipping through that affect everybody. Like, we talk about open lines of communication, we talk about collaboration, but we're not practicing it except for at the teacher level, and you want to take that away from us. The collaboration we do makes us better teachers, makes our students better learners. It is the most valuable thing we can do to continue to bring our students up. I feel like I have so much to say in so little time. It's overwhelming. It's really decision fatigue, it's information fatigue, because if we're not constantly checking everything, what came out, what's going on, things are slipping through that affect us. The construction is a big thing at El Granada right now, and things are getting delayed, the communication isn't great. It's, it just makes no sense. And then hearing that we're gonna postpone the portables and push those back further in the agenda, like, we cannot stay here till 10, 11 o'clock at night, because we gotta get back to school at 7 in the morning. Like, we don't have the ability to do this. And then when we have these decrees of Earth Day, guess what? Earth Day is celebrated in the entire world. We don't need a decree on that, okay? Like, let's just be smart with our time. We've got 3 minutes. I'm not gonna use my whole 3 minutes. You guys use 3 minutes and let's move on so we can get to the important stuff. Because we're here, we wanna hear it, but we can't sit around all day. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Thomas Walrod, and then Kate Walera.
Yeah, absolutely. Please.
Oh.
Can you do the meeting outside?
Oh, okay.
I like first. We can do it outside.
She's translating with the Latino families.
Why is she translating?
Yeah.
They are totally welcome to come inside.
Yeah, if I could say, I apologize, and thank you, Tom, for pointing that out, because I didn't notice. So thank you for, let's just take a 1 minute, like a minute break to just resolve this, and we'll be right back. So just hang in there, everybody.
I can do a show and dance if anyone wants.
Mr. Walrod has the floor for his comment. People are welcome to come in. Thank you, Mr. Cox, for thinking about everybody's welfare.
All right.
Tom, this is not a time where I have a back and forth with like people. Mr. Walrod has the floor. I hear you protesting,
No, we're good.
but we've invited people to come in.
Yeah, we're good. We're done. Okay, Mr. Walrod, you have the floor. 3.
Thank you. So I want to first address that my name is Tom, so that was a little confusing. Just kind of funny there. It's all good. To the Cabrillo Unified School District, I am Thomas Walrod, not Thomas Cox, the head of the ELD department at Half Moon Bay High School, as well as an English teacher at the high school. In the 3 months since I last spoke, it is fair to say that our coastside community has been through quite a bit. I need not go into that though, because now is not the time for that. I have a singular question that I want to ask first. What have your teachers not done to support the community in this last 3 months? I personally prolonged a surgery that could have caused me to go septic. Now, I know my colleagues here. They will do anything for these students. Maybe not to the extent of postponing a surgery, but something to that level for them, respectively. I have another question. Do we as a community 100% care? I know our part of our community cares. I know our admin cares, but sometimes it does not feel like the district cares. Do you care? It's a legitimate question sometimes. We as teachers do what we can to make sure that our students are respected, invested in at all times, to show that we do in fact care. We gain additional credentials, we take extra classes, and hope that our students will thrive. We invest in ourselves to invest in the student body, to invest in our community. I hope that the district will as well invest in us as teachers, not just in pay, but in quality professional development, in quality classrooms, and quality structure. So thank you for your time. Please remember to invest in us, just as other districts do. San Mateo Unified being one of them, San Jose, Alameda City Unified, San Francisco, all of our neighboring counties and those school districts. They invest. So please do that for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Walrod.
As a point of order, I just want to make a quick comment. I'd like to apologize if I offended anybody by leaving the room. Traditionally, I rarely see Latino families, Latino communities here. So when I see a group of Latino community members outside, I hate to hesitate and wonder what's going outside if they've been outside for a while. I would hate for the few times that parents do become involved, leave feeling left out or overwhelmed because it's a lot. So I do apologize. I did not mean to disrespect anyone. I didn't mean to not hear someone out. I didn't mean to belittle anyone. I do apologize. But my priority as a Latina member in this board was to go make sure that they are welcome, that they know that they're heard, and that we're here for them. So I apologize.
Thank you so much, Lizette. Thank you. Okay, so we're up to Kate Valera, and next will be Tracy Yerby.
Hello, and thank you for your time. My name is Kate Valera, and I am a science teacher at Half Moon Bay High School. I also teach AVID 2 and 3. I am the site coordinator for the AVID program at the high school, and I am the advisor for 2 clubs. This is my second year in the district, but I've worked in education for 10 years in one way or another. I have a bachelor's in environmental studies, a teaching degree, and a master's in teaching. I absolutely love working at Half Moon Bay High School. I love this team of administrators, the science department, and all of my students. And it absolutely breaks my heart when student says to me that our school is terrible, though I am abbreviating because I will not use the language they use. I remind our students that they have access to great resources and a plethora of classes to choose from, but they respond with something along the lines of, yeah, but our teachers are paid garbage. Again, that's not their exact words. This conversation, which I've had multiple times, different versions, with different groups of students over the last 2 years, reflects the way that our students feel because of your decisions on salaries. They see this as a reflection of their education and themselves. You tell them each year that they are not worth an educator as good as the educators over the hill. The students understand why we leave each year. They beg us to stay, but they also say that they understand it's because of pay. Did you know that in 1990, teachers' salaries in California was an average of $49,451? If we adjust for inflation, that is worth $116,391 today. This year, I take home $4,169 a month, just over $50,000 after tax. Hardly more than the average pay over 30 years ago. I am fortunate enough to have paid off all of my loans and live debt-free. But at 30 years old, on this salary, I will not be making enough money to save for a house and children. There are more things in my life I say no to because of money than I say yes to. And as I approach 30, I'm being forced to say no to having children of my own. So when you go home tonight and you look at your children who are educated in this district, who I assume you love more than your own life, when you next have a meeting with Mr. Sean McFetridge, who takes home more than $340,000 a year from our district, remember that the choices you are making about our salaries are having very real impacts on our lives. When your children complain of new teachers every year, you can tell them it's because we had to choose between having our own children or educating yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. And next up, Tracy Yerby. After that, Manuel Figueroa.
Good evening. I'm Tracy Yerby. I'm your child's biology, AP biology, an avid teacher at Half Moon Bay High School, in addition to advising the National Honor Society, California Scholarship Federation, and the Big Sister Little Sister Club on campus. I would like to use my time this evening talking about what it means to be valued. In any community, people want to both give value and feel that they are valued in return. For example, when a person goes to the doctor, they want to be heard, have their concerns validated, and have the doctor give a professional diagnosis. If a person doesn't feel those things, they'll find a new doctor, giving the doctor an opportunity to reflect on that interaction. In the classroom, parents expect that their students will be valued. Each of you and your children expect that teachers will listen to students, have a dialogue in the classroom, will assist in the social, emotional development of students, and encourage their growth as individuals, all while learning about the world around them through their coursework. If this didn't happen, parents and students would rightfully complain, perhaps move their students elsewhere, giving the administration an opportunity to reflect on the interaction. As teachers, we also expect to be valued. We expect that administrators, board members, and superintendents will listen to our concerns as they relate to teacher retention, consistency in curriculum, safety, all these things. As professionals, many of whom have advanced degrees, we expect to be understood as experts in our field, in our teaching. When this doesn't happen, teachers rightfully complain and will often move elsewhere. Does the district ever reflect on these interactions? What I haven't seen in my 6 years of teaching at Half Moon Bay High School, my 25 years of living on the coast, and my 2 children being educated from K through 12 in this district, I haven't seen anyone making the connection between student value and teacher value. Students don't feel valued when teachers leave. Students don't understand why they aren't the most important connection between community, teachers, and students. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Manuel Figueroa, and then Melinda King.
Thank you. I'm a resident of this area. I have been teaching for 63 years. I have been teaching in elementary school, high school, university, graduate studies. I was the chair of Chicano Latin American Studies at California State University, Fresno, for 30 years. I know what the battle is. This is nothing new. My degree is in international comparative education. And one of the things we have been discussing with my colleagues is that anytime that there is a crisis, the problem is the paradigm that our schools are using. The paradigm is that we treat schools like a factory. And the factory does the following. They reward the people that are on the top, the managers, and they put down the people that are working in the classroom. And that is the wrong paradigm. It has been the wrong paradigm because if you look at the statistics of this country in terms of achievement, you will find what the problem is. We are at the bottom of most of the things. With beautiful buildings, people in Africa will cry to have a school like this. And the problem is because districts tend to solve the problem by bringing more administrators. Administrators don't teach. Administrators do jobs that, as a matter of fact, in many cases have nothing to do with classrooms. And the problem is that we need to revert that paradigm. And the paradigm is teachers are in charge. And they should be in charge truly. They should be in charge of the curriculum. They should be in charge of what's going on in the school. They should be in charge of even establishing standards of behavior. But if they don't have the support of administrators, there is nothing they can do. And what happened with that? People get burned out. Do you know what is the average of teachings in the teaching place when they come to education? 5 years. After 5 years, they leave. And they don't leave because they don't like education. They leave because they are not considered human beings with a profession. They're treated like workers. And that is not supposed to be the way. They're professionals. And as a professional, they should be respected and they should be the center of every activity that happens in the school. That is not the way it's being done, and it's not being done for 30 years in this country. And it's time to change that. And you guys are responsible for that. You are the overseers of the administrators. And that means you need to do the job in order to change that. Minority students, Chicano students, Latino students, Asian students are really going down the drain. And the reason is because you put too many people in the classroom. And it's time to stop that. Treat human beings like human beings. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. And next, Melinda King. And after Melinda will be Christina Baker. Okay. Christina Baker. And then after that, Avis Calhoun. Good luck, Christina.
Okay, so this will be fun because, yeah, my friends signed me up, and you know, I know many of you, and we've had many conversations, and I guess I'm here tonight as a parent, and, you know, I work at the high school part-time, so also as an employee, but as a parent, it kind of made me sad listening to you, Senor Dubon. Should I stay or should I go? That's kind of why I'm here, because JT, my son's getting, you know, a few years away from the high school, and like where I work with my friends and my colleagues, I just hope that they're still there to teach my kid, you know, in a selfish way. Like, I've already got Mr. Cox, so he's good for 2 more years. I know that. And I spent a lot of time like volunteering. Like today I was at Cunha for many hours, and thankfully they let me kind of just hang out. Mr. Clinton, thank you. And I was doing some videos at lunch to promote a few things. COSI Gives is coming up. And so we're on the Cunha field, and I realized, I was like, Mr. Cox, let's do a video. And he's like, no, I got softball. And I was like, what do you mean softball? So we go out there, and I'm like, I'm watching like 8 different teams play softball on the Cunha soccer field, and it was organized. Like the kids were in a line, they were waiting one by one for their turn to go play softball. or to go up to bat. And I'm looking at this like, this is middle school and this is organized. This is what his leadership class did. So, I could talk all day about Mr. Cox, but everyone is they truly are amazing. I love working with them. These guys are fantastic. I also wanted to give a little shout out to the administration at Cunha. They've been amazing. And we know the teachers are as well, up and down this coast and up on the hill, Kings Mountain. Yeah, I guess that's it. I'd really love to see my kids continue to have some of my friends as teachers. I don't understand, I do admit, I don't understand the finances. I don't stick around long enough, and I find it, it's a little dry, I'm sorry. Like, it's hard to listen to everything, and I don't really understand it. So I do admit, like Senor Dubon said too, like things are tough. I want to know both sides. I don't know enough about it, but in math, we are always teaching like solve, simplify, evaluate, reduce. Like, we're always trying to solve. That's like the number one word you hear in math when you approach a problem. And that's such a general term, but that's all I do all day. That's the stuff I can do is I solve, we simplify, we try to find the solution. Oftentimes in a problem, there's like two solutions. Maybe there's one. And then, sorry, I'm gonna keep going.
Your time is up, sorry.
Oh, I gotta go?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I just don't want it to be no solution. How about that? Maybe we can find one. Okay.
Thank you, Christina. Avis and then Marianne Benson.
Hi, Board. Thank you. Avis Calhoun, El Granada Elementary, 5th grade. At the beginning of the year, I teach my students how to read and analyze fiction text. We teach the idea of signposts, which is a way to stop and notice patterns and do some thinking and questioning about those patterns. And one of these signposts is called an aha moment, okay? It's when a character has a sudden realization about something. Now, after last month's school board meeting, I had a realization, an aha. During her general comment time, Sophia mentioned getting information from the county regarding implicit bias and how it relates to equity. And she had mentioned the importance of having difficult conversations around that. And at the time I thought, well, actually, we've had a lot of professional development on that topic. Also, in our teaching credentialing programs, we get trained in how to teach through a social justice lens, specifically how to teach language learners, how to create equitable learning environments for every student, including those with learning differences. We have had many of those hard conversations regarding equity, and we work with students through an equity lens all day long. But why was this information so noteworthy to Sophia that she thought to mention it? Does she not realize the extent to which we've been trained and work towards equity and fairness for all of our students? Now here comes my aha. I think maybe she doesn't. And if she doesn't, maybe you don't either. So I'd like to dispel that thinking. Maybe you have an outdated idea of what it takes to become a teacher these days, maybe. Teachers now have many units of graduate level training. We have to pass multiple 4-hour standardized tests, including the CBEST, the CSET, the RECA, Constitution tests, many more, just to get a preliminary credential. Then we have 2 years of beginning teaching, mentoring, BITSA, which involves extensive practical and pedagogical work in order for us to clear our credentials and to be even considered for tenure. As of the past few decades, the requirements for acquiring a teacher credential are quite arduous, and they become more so as time goes by. Your surprise at learning about implicit bias makes me think that you think of teachers with an outdated mindset, not respecting us as highly educated and valuable professionals. And I think it is that attitude which makes it easy for some of you to be persuaded to approve ballooning budgets at the DO while asking teachers to tighten their belts. There is money there. it needs to be reallocated. I think it is that attitude which allows for some of you to be persuaded to distribute the COLA of over 8% to other spending targets rather than to increase teacher pay. I think it is that attitude that contributes to why we have to fight for raises every year. In conclusion, I hope you have some difficult conversations regarding how you can reallocate some of that money that the district has budgeted. And finally, I invite any of you to come to my classroom at any time and see what it is like to teach today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avis. Marianne, and then Shannon Murray.
Hi, my name is Marianne Benson. I teach second grade at Hatch. This is awful for me. I hate this. It's terrible. It does not feel professional. I don't feel like I'm treated as a professional when I have to come up and say this. I love my students. Their parents are amazing. My school admin is amazing. Hatch is a really special place. It's a very special place to teach. That's why I'm still there. But if I could go back and talk to my younger self, I would say, no, don't do it. And that's heartbreaking to me. You're losing good teachers. You're losing good teachers because you're not making it a priority to retain them. You're not making it a priority to attract teachers. Driving here, I thought of 10 teachers in my neighborhood that will not apply to this district because they can make so much more money at other districts. And that's just the money. There are other reasons too. When you make teachers a priority, you make student learning a priority. When you budget us 0.0% COLA, you're sending a clear message that teachers aren't the priority. Retaining teachers, attracting teachers is not the priority.
Thank you, Marianne. Shannon, and then Robin Short. Shannon Murray.
Go, Shannon Murray!
Oh, boy. Well, that'll knock the wind out of you. All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Shannon Murray, reading intervention teacher at Hatch and CUSD parent. This is my 24th year as an educator and 18th year at CUSD. From these years, I have come to identify 3 non-negotiable values in education: community, equity, and support. Community, number 1. We are all in this together. Every family member and staff member plays a role in a child's education. Everyone in this room is part of this. None of us would be here during the family dinner hour if we did not deeply care about children. You, members of the board, play a tremendous role in this community. We know you give your time and energy because you care about our students. I hope you know that the reason we teachers speak with so much passion at board meetings is because we see you as an integral part of the checks and balances in education. You are ultimately the decision makers. We come to you to hear the teachers' perspectives before you make those decisions. Number 2, equity. We know that equity is an integral part of education. Every child deserves to learn, is the mic weird? To learn and thrive. We also know equity is not the same as equal. To me, the question is this: is a student able to access the education we have to offer? We have a tremendous number of students who are not accessing our curriculum right now. We know that small group reading and ELD interventions are a gold standard in offering critical support during foundational years. We also know that Tier 1 classroom interventions such as Foundation Integrity work. Please, please continue to support these interventions. It is heartbreaking to see these vital positions underfunded and with vacancies left unfilled and even unposted. We need more reading intervention teachers and quiet teaching spaces to be able to serve the students who deserve it. Number 3, support. We all know that teaching is hard, really hard. Maybe you follow Jerry Brooks, who consistently is able to nail the current realities of teaching. Maybe you've heard stories from friends and family and all of us. Teaching right now is not for the faint of heart. We need support, big time. If you would like to support us, please make sure it is teachers who are explaining how ideal supports would look. We also work the most closely with children and families and tend to know the ideal supports they need too. I completely stand behind my union leadership to represent us. Our leaders are in the trenches, exemplar teachers, and deeply committed to attracting and retaining highly qualified educators at CUSD. As for the budget, they follow expert guidance from leadership mentors who have studied school budgets for decades. Please consider their voices as you discuss and vote on essential items, or I fear our exodus of highly qualified, caring professionals will continue to increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Robin Short, and then Stacy McCarthy. And Stacy is the last one. It's just a reminder. Oh, no, sorry, there's one behind that. Two more after Robin, and just a reminder, when we receive requests after the item is started, we're going to not accept those, and then we can make those available. We would just request that folks just send us an email afterwards or come next time. So that was, as was stated at the beginning of the meeting. So Robin.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak here today. I have never spoken at a board meeting before, but I'm here to talk about trust. I am here because I'm very disappointed in the board. I've lost my trust in you, and it's over the way you're treating our teachers. I'm a lifelong learner, and I'm always learning because I had such great teachers as a child, and my children went through this school system, and it's the teachers that are at the core of the value of your school system here. I'm also think that if you pay the teachers annual salary increases and the COLA adjustments that they deserve, you can trust that that's a great investment of money. It's a valid use of available resources. I also ask yourselves, I want you to ask yourselves, do you trust yourselves if you're not allocating funds to the teachers that are so important to our students? And finally, as a homeowner in this community, how can you ask us to continue to trust the board when they ask for parcel tax money and things like Proposition S, if that money doesn't get used the way it was intended to be used for the teachers' benefit? Thank you so much.
Excuse me, thank you, Robin. Stacy, and then, I'm sorry, Stacy McCarthy, and then Corinna Leibowitz.
Members of the board, my name is Stacy McCarthy. I am a resident of Half Moon Bay, a proud resident, a mother of a 4-year-old that I hope to send to this school district, hopefully starting in the fall, if you will have him. I am drinking from a fire hose tonight. This is the first time I've attended a board meeting. I feel I'm a responsible member of our community, and I want to turn to these teachers and thank you. Thank you for being here for our community, for our students. You matter. I hope that you know that. Your passion, please land right in the center of our hearts, and we will do everything we can to help you feel the respect that the parents I know in this community have for each and every one of you. To hear you speak tonight is moving beyond words. It makes me have no doubt that we are in the right place to have our children taught by you. I don't want to lose any of you. I want you to be here. To the board, I don't fully understand what the issues are, but I can't imagine anything more important on your agenda than to ensure these hardworking members who may not even be able to afford to live in our community take care of our kids, are here for the leaders of the future. It is an honor to live in this community, and I appreciate your service, and I imagine that you came to this with a degree of wanting to help make this a terrific school district. We have a ton of challenges ahead of us, but I cannot imagine anything more important on the agenda than ensuring that 0.0 is not the answer to hardworking professionals that are working without a contract for what I understand is 3 years. 3 years without a contract. It feels unconscionable. I'm sorry for my naivete. I am new to this conversation, but I guarantee you, Coastside Families Taking Action will be here for this, to try to figure out how this is possible and how we can advocate for these hardworking professionals that I am deeply indebted to. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for your service. Thank you for trying to make a difference. I can't imagine anything more important to our community than this conversation.
Thank you, Stacy. And last but not least, Corinna Leibowitz.
I have a bit of a lingering cough, but I promise it's lingering, very well tested. So I am a resident of Half Moon Bay. I live down the street from Hatch. I also have a 4-year-old. I came because I think that this is an important topic. I agree with Stacy. I've been taking in a lot of information, and one thing that hits very hard is that thank you is so important. I spend an inordinate amount of time right now in my life talking with other parents about school choices with a 4-year-old. It's like a constant topic of conversation. And the one thing that comes up consistently every single time is that the most important thing is the teachers. The philosophy doesn't matter, the building doesn't matter, the administration, important but not as important as the teachers. You can have a great school one year and turnover in the teachers, totally different environment, totally different school. The teachers are the single most important thing that influences our child's experience with the educational system, starting from when they're young kids, 4 and on, all the way through. Because of that, it's very, very hard to think of anything you would prioritize over that. Anything that might be more important than that. There are lots of ways, well, I wanted to say, I feel like that's probably an obvious statement, like we all love motherhood and apple pie and we all support our teachers, right? I'm kind of getting the impression that might not be so obvious, which is really shocking. So I think, one, it's important. 2, well, what does that mean? And I understand that there's a lot of complication. Like, what does it mean to support our teachers? There are lots of ways to support. In classroom support is important, administrative support is important, but it feels like a fundamental place to start is salary. And particularly when you're starting from a position of a severely underpaid teacher population. Underpaid by any measure I can think of, right? Underpaid as compared to other people in the region. Underpaid as compared to other teachers on the coast who work at private schools. Underpaid as compared to the amount of effort they put in, the importance of the work they do. And so when we start from a baseline of severely underpaid teachers, and then you think that you've got a year of record-breaking inflation, and then a district that's saying there will be no raises, that amounts to a pay cut, right? Clearly, right? This obvious, simple math. A pay cut is a shocking result when we should at the very least be maintaining this. We don't even want to maintain the status quo. They deserve raises. And instead we're hearing about essentially pay cuts because nothing's changing. I agree, thank you for being here. There's nothing more important to our community health than our schools, and that all comes back to our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Corinna. And I just want to apologize. I see Aisha Barrow has submitted for 2 topics, 5A, but also 3. So I saw the 5A first and put it in that bucket. So Aisha, you can have 3 minutes for each one. So 3 minutes for 3, and then I'll call you back up for 5A later if you like.
Okay. Hopefully I'll be brief. My name is Aisha Barrow, and I am a mother here in the district. I actually see my daughter's teacher, Ms. Ramirez, right here. Thank you for all you do. No, I'm not a crier, but thank you for all you do day in, day out. I volunteered in the classroom just today, and I just see how hard it is, even, taking care of kids like that, and they all have different personalities, and your job is like 10,000 times harder than mine. And I also see that, your interaction with my daughter impacts everything that she does throughout the day. She comes back and she tells me about her day, and, her own sense of self is very much shaped by how you are interacting with her in that given day. And I see that she has a lot of support coming from me, and there are kids that don't have that same support at home. So for those kids, especially when we talk about equity, the teacher is even more central to building that sense of confidence. So it is, as I've mentioned, and as Stacy and Karina, who also are part of the same group as I am, very disheartening to hear that it's been such a long-held struggle to get equitable pay for the teachers. And I don't get it, because I know many of you on this board, and I know you all have good intentions, and I've known you for a long time, even prior to making a decision to joining this school. And I say to myself, there must be a disconnect, something that we are not getting, because you guys are all well-intended human beings, and I'm here as part of a group that has advocacy powers and that really wants to help. And if there is anything that we can do to get that message across, just very recently we were talking about how we can get the schools more funding, and I raised the fact that how can you advocate for more funding if the money that is being already allocated to the school is not spent in the right ways? And I view teacher salary as the #1 thing that can impact the quality of my daughter's education and our children right here. So I am with you in fighting that battle, and I want to understand from you what the gap is, because we all are in the same boat of wanting the best for our kids. And help me understand and help us help you, because all of us want that. Thank you. So that's it for that topic.
Thank you, Aisha. So for item 5A, you can come back afterwards. I'll call you.
I'll come back.
Yeah, I'll call you
Thank
at
you.
that time for public comments for 5A. All right, so that brings us to the end of public comments. Look up my computer. Okay. And next is item 3B, Employee Organizations Report. If you recall, we had made the change with the amendments earlier, so we'll start with CSEA and then go to CUTA afterwards. So CSEA, do we have a representative here tonight? Well, I guess it didn't matter. We'll go to CUTA.
President Lane, board members, district management, Superintendent McFetridge, and members of the COSI community. My name is Sean Reardon, and along with Claudia Lundstrath, we're co-presidents of the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association. I would just like to point out that the $49 million budget that CUSD has this year is the largest they have ever had. This is not a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. Standing up here each month and addressing this board is a difficult and uncomfortable task. Using powerful language to express my deep opposition to the priorities and policies of this board is a chore that brings me no pleasure. And while I continue to believe that the decisions made by the board do a disservice to our students, I truly believe that each one of you is serving as a board member with the best possible intentions. I do not think anyone is anti-educator. I don't think anyone in front of me is bad or mean or despicable. My feelings of disappointment, frustration, and anger are directed at your decisions and your priorities, not at you as individuals. I assure you, it is difficult to feel outrage and express those feelings in a respectful manner. So what do I do as bargaining team gears up for our 3rd year to head into mediation? This is what I'm doing. I'm preparing the best argument possible. I'm seeking new employment. I am committed to ending any participation in non-compensated work. No more robotics club. No more 12-hour days at the Pumpkin Festival. No more art show. Now, these are not, now there are not very many art educators positions posted on EdJoin today. However, there are 4. One in Marin County, one in San Marone. So those commutes are a little too much for me. There's a middle school position in San Francisco, and there is a .8 position at San Mateo Union High School District. I'm thinking about applying to San Mateo Union High School District. I am going to hold off on filling out the intention to return to CUSD until June. I have asked my principal for a letter of recommendation that I am still waiting on. While there are not too many art positions on EdJoin today, there are a lot of math positions. There are a lot of science positions. There's English positions, SPED teachers, social studies, foreign language, all in high demand. It is hard for me to say that I encourage my fellow teachers, my young fellow teachers, to look for new employment at a district that will pay them fairly. 24 years at Half Moon Bay, and I find myself urging these people to look elsewhere so they do not feel the pain, disappointment, and frustration that I feel today.
Thank you, Mr. Reardon. Next item is 3C, Board Members Report. We'll just give it 30 seconds. And in the meantime, think about who wants to go first. Okay, Kim. Kim volunteered. Bless you, Kim. Some chocolate.
You know, this was a tough week, and it was the first time in many moons that I didn't make it with chocolate, so my apologies. I want to express my appreciation for all of the teachers that spoke this evening. And one of the words that certainly resonates for me is disconnect. I have such a deep appreciation for the education that my children received in this district. And many of the, I see many faces that taught my children here tonight. So thank you. I do believe it's these conversations have a lot of disconnects, and the board is not free to speak on negotiations, and I would hope that everyone just holds some grace and space and be curious about pieces of information that they may not hold or have. And so I deeply value this district and the hearts and souls of our schools, which truly are the teachers. I had the pleasure of visiting Half Moon Bay High School this past month and seeing kids in the classroom, and given that my kids have been out a couple of years, it's just wonderful energy. And especially when I see kids now, you know, that are seniors that I knew some years ago when they were much younger, and it's the school year goes so very fast. So that's really all I have to say tonight. So thanks.
Thank you, Kim. I'm just taking notes. I appreciate what you're saying. And next, anybody want to volunteer? Was that?
I'll go.
You moved your hand.
I'll
So.
go. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Really quick before I forget, Ms. Calhoun, I have been in your classroom, and you are a fabulous teacher. I visited when I first started at the board, And I have to say, you are an amazing teacher, and thank you for all that you do. I would love to go visit you another time again, but yeah, I know you are an amazing teacher, so thank you for everything that you do. And thank you with just all the phonetics and just the language, and how you really energize your students, and they're engaged and you engage them. So thank you for your service, and thank you for the work that you do. I'd like to talk about all these great proclamations, and just how I just like to acknowledge Dr. McFetridge for always making sure that we shed a light to the people that most of the time are not very visible because of, they're a minority, or they're usually not involved. And just to tell them that we know that even though our community is small and it's predominantly white and Latinos, there are a lot of other great ethnicities, races, and cultures that also make this place such a wonderful community. And just, I just want to say thank you for always being there to just mention the liberty, the human rights, and dignity, and just putting an end to this discrimination by proclamating and acknowledging all these different ethnicities and races, and that those in the coast side who continue to contribute to our progress and professional by being professionals, entrepreneurs, or public servants in a private citizen, or parents or citizens of all walks of life. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. May is a time to celebrate and honor these cultures and their history and their contributions. And as a board member, it is an honor for me to have this dedicated to their lives and their success, and how everybody has promoted and helped in our community. I just wanted to mention that. I also wanted to say, oh my God, I'm so bad with names, but I wanted to say thank you to the drama teacher. Is that what the drama teacher at the high school for his,
Mr. Galvin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Galvin. I don't know you personally. I saw your little picture on the side. I'd love to meet you. Thank you for the invitation. As a board member, if it wasn't for your invitation, I wouldn't have been able to experience or been able to take my daughter to your in town. It was awesome. I came back and I told everyone else how they should go, and if they missed out, they're like gonna be bummed. So it's just amazing to see what great talent our kids have, and how amazing they are, and just how amazing they all come together. Thank you to the teacher and the adults who support them and make these things a reality. It's just so amazing, and it was such an honor and a treat to sit in the front and watch, and not try and like move, and so thank you. I felt honored, and I felt very it was an honor for me to be there and being able to take my daughter. It was such a great, it was unique. It was something I was like, I don't know, just the title was unique, and then the whole plot was unique, but it was amazing. And thank you to everybody who participated. And I was able to see our Josefina Infanzon's daughter, and I can't believe just how amazing and talented she has become. I would not have recognized her if it wasn't for her last name on her picture. So that was so amazing, and that, I have to say, that was the highlight of my month. And I'm just at awe, and it's amazing to see the great things that these kids could do, and with the support, of course, and the leadership of our teachers. So thank you. I am going to also speak in Spanish. I do once again want to reiterate, I was very concerned that I've seen a group of Latino community members who normally are never here to speak, and when they're outside, it just kind of urged me to go outside and see and make sure that they were welcome and everything's fine. But I do want to apologize. I did not mean to be disrespectful or make anybody feel like what they're going to say is not important. It is very important. Buenas noches a todos y quiero darle la gracia a los pocos papás que vinieron, que están allá afuera. Le pido disculpas a la audiencia porque me tuve que salir y solamente me salí brevemente porque tenía realmente muchas ganas de saber qué es lo que estaba pasando allá afuera. Es siempre un honor ver a nuestra comunidad latina participar. Desafortunadamente no es algo que hacen comúnmente, pero cuando yo fui, me asomé y vi que estaban afuera, me dio la urgencia para ver que supieran ellos que están bienvenidos, y que muchas gracias por asistir. Y parece que todavía están allá afuera, pero siempre es importante darle reconocimiento a las familias que a veces por falta de información, la falta del idioma, tienen un poco de miedo, temor, o no se sienten a gusto participar. Siempre están más que bienvenidos. Tenemos ahora más personal que habla español para poderlos ayudar. Aquí está Leticia, está Rosy, está bueno. I don't know if we could count on Sean for that, but yes, igual, muchas gracias por venir. Como les decía, tenemos aquí a Josefina, muchísimas gracias, les quiero dar la bienvenida. Y también había dicho Josefina de que miré a tu niña en el play de la high school y fue qué cosa tan maravillosa de ver que es la niña que conocí, ya es una muchacha y es súper talentosa. Muchas felicidades. Gracias a ustedes por venir. Como les dije allá afuera, siempre es un honor ver caras latinas, ver representación de nuestra comunidad aquí, porque es muy importante y a veces por razones de tiempo, razones de falta de información o tal vez el idioma es un poco como intimidante para estar aquí en estas juntas, pero muchísimas gracias. Sí me preocupé un poco porque dije, ojalá que no estén allá afuera y se vayan a ir, porque muchas veces eso nos desanima como padres, venir a una reunión, venir a una junta y sentir como que no nos escucharon, qué pérdida de tiempo, y irnos más confundidos de lo que llegamos. Es muy importante. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Qué bueno que se pasaron porque está haciendo bastante frío allá afuera y siempre están más que bienvenidos para asistir, irse cuando necesiten irse, pero más que nada para que sepan que estamos aquí para apoyarlos, escucharlos y estamos aquí para ayudarnos como una comunidad que somos. Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you, Lizette. One of you guys.
Thank you, Lizette, for those wonderful words, and thank you, Kim, and thank you, public, for coming and showing how much you care and how much you care about children, and it's absolutely true. We are here because we do care about children, and I just want to, I have kids in the school, and I'm a teacher, and we're doing our best. Make sure that our values are here and honored, and that everybody's hard work and beautiful hearts are also honored. Thank you.
I'll be quick too. We're quick tonight. I just wanted to say that I think I can speak for all of us on the board to say that all of us wish our teachers were paid more. I mean, I know we all feel that way. But unlike some people, I really like the financial presentations. Sophie and I are kind of geeky like that, but I love the financial presentation. So when I started on this board 4 years ago, I didn't know anything about the budget, but that's why I wanted to be on the board, because I wanted to understand what was going on, because as you know, I heard tonight, I just was like, what's happening here? I want to know what's going on. So that's how I got started on the board, and I just want everyone to know that my door is always open. I'm happy to talk and tell what I know. I know the reports are hard. We're required to have these, hundreds of pages reports. That's why Jesus has a full-time job here. All the reports we're required to do with the budget. It's a lot to go through, but I do enjoy the budget and trying to see where the money's going. And if you want to talk to me about the budget, you're probably also going to get an earful from me about structural racism and how I am I think structural racism has a lot to do with why we receive less money than other schools. And I think that's very unfair, and I hate that. So anyway, just be warned, you're probably going to get an earful about that too. But I do enjoy the budget, and I like to talk to people about it. So please, you can find my name and email and on the webpage. Email me, and I'll set up a time to talk. I'll send you my cell phone, and I'm happy to talk. So I just want people to know to feel free to reach out, because I know sometimes it's hard in these forums, but I do like to talk about the budget. And as we all are, we're all pretty open, so do reach out, and we're happy to hear from you. We're happy people come and tell us things, and know that you can reach out to any of us, including our staff, Leticia and the superintendent. We're always, we expect them as a board, and they are very good about it. They do it on their own, but being very involved with the public, because we are a public institution, and we want to do what's best for the kids, and that's at the heart of everything we try to do here. And we're focused on the whole school district, where, some people might be focused on one school or another, but please do feel free to reach out, and I'm happy to try to touch base with people.
Great. Well, thanks. I'm going to take off my glasses so I can see. Thank you to you all, and thank you to the public as well for all the public comments. It's also always really amazing to hear all the stories and hear all the perspectives. And I would just want to encourage folks to understand that we are listening, even though we're sitting in these uncomfortable, they're not super uncomfortable chairs, but we have to sit up here and we have to listen and we can't respond. But to Mary Beth's point, we all love conversations with the public. And so I don't have a classroom, but I have an outdoor office that I choose to use, which is the beach trail that somebody referred to earlier. I love to go on walks and talk with people when we can, even if it's just a short period of time, even if it's kind of getting dark or super early in the morning. I'm kind of a little bit Energizer Bunny, so I will make the time for anyone that wants it. And you know where to find me. Also, again, as Mary Beth said, our email addresses are on the district website. It's the same syntax as everybody else's anyway. So I just wanted to echo that too, and to all the families that are here, the Spanish-speaking families, as Lizette said, it's really hard to access these meetings for everybody just because they are necessarily long. I'm sorry, but we have a lot of stuff that the state makes us do. We have a lot of forms and a lot of reports and aspects to what it takes to run a school district. So I know it's really hard. They are available on YouTube. People can watch them at faster pace or with the subtitles, but it's great to have people here, and we're always happy for that, and listening and sharing with people. And I have to say, it is just great to have the sunshine back. I don't know if anyone is as sick as I was of the rain. I was kind of over it in February, and I'm just so glad. And just to be able to walk around outside in those trails and think about the incredible quality. Okay, caveat, I came from New Jersey, as you guys know. So I'm not to say anything's an upgrade, but California's an upgrade in general, but this coast side's amazing. So I just every time I go out there, I just think we're not the wealthiest, and there's a lot of reasons for that, as Mary Beth said, but we're pretty amazing. And I do a lot of work with colleagues over the Hill and in school districts, and to know how unique it is that we have a unified school district of around 2,500-ish people, 28, over 2,500, because we're not a small school district by legal terms. That's really amazing. That's really unique. We're the only ones in San Mateo County that are just this Goldilocks right size. And I'm just reminded of that anytime I visit a school site. So I am going to tell you, and if people don't want to hear all the stuff I've been doing, I just then tune it out for a little bit, because I feel like it's important to share with you guys, especially as colleagues, as well as the public, but as we make our decisions. To me, this is what I come with. And it's just since spring came, the number of and energy levels of meetings has gone through the roof. So I was looking back at my calendar, and it's been as busy as it's felt, because we've had Latino Roundtable meeting, PTO Alliance meeting, the Coastside Chambers annual teacher appreciation event was amazing. That felt like the first day of spring. We can be outside. There were mocktails mocktails involved, which were delicious too. But it was really nice to see everybody there. The community hub ribbon cutting. I volunteered all day in this room for Cunha's Challenge Day event, which was amazing as always. And I'm so grateful we've been able to continue that for our students. and expanded it in a more systematic way now for all 7th graders. The HEAL Project's fundraiser dinner was also just a great opportunity to connect with that important program in our schools. I was able to visit the Half Moon Bay High School to learn more about our growing CTE and career learning programs, which are such an amazing space of development that we have in our district and at the high school. And again, in the audience, as Lizette said, Urinetown was like so cool. I was kind of intrigued by the title. I wouldn't know to like it or not from the title. But then Mr. Galvin sent us the invitation. And like you said, Lizette, like is just when you get the invitation, it's like, okay, this is important to you. I'll be there. Like I'll find a way and I'll be there. So invite us. I'll take you up on it if you invite us to classrooms. I've been to a lot of classrooms, especially at Hatch, where my kids were like hours and hours and hours, lots of volunteering and art in action and a billion other things too. So I love it. And please do reach out anytime. I'm trying to arrange school by school, but like everyone's so busy, it's hard to like do anything organized. So just throw us, any of us or any or all of us an invitation. We'll come visit your classroom anytime. And just before this meeting, I was at the Half Moon Bay High School for the health and wellness meeting where Caroline Morton was training folks on a resiliency model that I think really has a lot of power in terms of helping folks learn to leverage their strengths to gain resiliency and to be able to navigate the ups and downs of life in more sustainable ways. So yes, and so shifting gears from Cabrillo, as you guys know, I'm involved in a lot of other areas as well, the county and the state. California School Boards Association, we had an online training for deepening our cultural competence, which was really fantastic. So I think maybe Sean shared the slides with everybody, and they're of course publicly available if anyone's interested. Just reach out to Dr. McFettridge. We had Legislative Action Week meetings a couple weeks ago, so I was able to present to both State Senators Josh Becker and State Assembly Representative Mark Berman on really critical legislative needs for schools across California. And again, I could probably talk your ear off about all that too, so that's another potential topic for walking and talking if folks are interested. I went to Sacramento 4 weeks ago, I guess, after our last meeting, and I'll be there again tomorrow. For our day-long meetings for the legislative committee, where we literally go through a list of like 15 to 18 bills that have been submitted to the state legislator, either through the Senate or the legislative side, to help weigh in and develop a CSBA official positions of either supporting or opposing them. And so we don't have time here to go into the details of all those, but if you look at all the CSBA emails that they send out to members, you'll see this is what the legislative committee did, and they're supporting this, they're opposing this. That's the kind of work that we've been doing there. So again, I'm happy to share that with anybody who's interested. And I'll be there again tomorrow, and yeah, that'll be fun. So back to just switching gears back here, I'd really like to thank district staff again. I know Jesus couldn't be with us tonight, but thank you to Jesus and everybody for presenting the second interim budget update last month. And I would just want to inform the board and the public as well, and I think Dr. McFettridge will speak to this too, that with that second consecutive qualified budget certification, that's the official designation, which is not negative, but it's not positive. So whenever that happens 2 times in a row, this county is required to reach out to us with a friendly letter that I got a couple days ago, which will be shared soon as well. And specifically to just highlight here a couple sentences from that, which include, we are now required to, quote, work with the San Mateo County Office of Education's fiscal expert to address deficit spending and develop a fiscal stabilization plan, or FSP, along with a board resolution, which must be submitted to SMCOE with a 3rd interim report by June 1st, 2023. So that's not something we normally have to do, but because of the 2 consecutive qualified certifications, we need to go back to them with the 3rd interim report. And so that's a meeting that will be scheduled for May 30th, so just make sure that's on everybody's calendars. The official notice will come out soon if that, I don't think has already yet, but I think that's the date that we landed on. So this letter from San Mateo County Office of Ed also warns us that as labor costs make up much of the district's budget, The county office is concerned that any salary and benefit increase, if paid from reserves or other one-time resources, could adversely affect the district's financial condition. And do you recall that a lot of the reserves that we have right now are because of the COVID pandemic relief funding that we had that is due to be spent over the next couple years, year, 2, 3 years, depending on which of the 11 buckets you're looking at. So obviously I've spent a lot of time studying this, probably too much, but it is our fiscal responsibility to make sure that we are looking at that. So I'm happy to discuss that with folks in the public as well. So again, that letter will be shared with the board and the public in the context of these next steps, including our May 30th special board meeting, so stay tuned for more on that front. And again, we can't speak about negotiations. Of course, we do have the contracts that are still now fully in place, but if anyone wants to learn more about finance, happy to walk and talk anytime, or Jesus has budget committee meetings too. So I think that's something that we can maybe publicize a little bit more. Okay, so with that, I just have four big picture comments. That's kind of like what I've been doing and what I've been up to that I always like to share with everybody as context for where I'm coming from and the decisions that we're making. Again, if you're watching on YouTube and it's too long, you could always just fast forward. I'm not offended. I do that too with things sometimes. Governors, so number one, the governor's January budget proposal will absolutely change due to worsening economic conditions in the state. And that is something that's not coming from me or Kim or Sean or Jesus. That's coming from the Legislative Analyst's Office, which is the nonpartisan group in the legislature that analyzes for the legislature things that have to do with decisions that they have to make, put to vote. So until the governor and the legislature agree on a budget, which is by state mandate required and never happens before June 30th, like basically July 1st, we'll have a budget. Until then, like there is no 8% COLA. Like it doesn't exist. It's a proposal by the governor for next year's budget. It doesn't exist. No one's gotten it. We haven't gotten it. Like that's just a bit of misinformation that's out there. That's unfortunate. And I think it is really important to know that our staff are working really hard in the meantime to maintain fiscal solvency around all these unknowns and complexities. So that's number one. Number two, California spends around 40% of its roughly $500 billion annual budget on public education, and now ranks above average on per pupil spending among U.S. states. And that's largely because of pandemic relief. Over the last couple of years. That wasn't the case before the pandemic. So while equitably increasing funding in high cost of living regions like the Bay Area would help somewhat, our current workforce structures are at the state level increasingly unsustainable. Like it's hard to see how we can spend much more than that at the state level when we're so dependent on income tax at the state level, which is volatile and difficult to work with year over year. So I'm grateful that we're looking at alternatives for the long term, because that's part of our job, right? We're here for the long term sustainability. So I'm really glad that we're looking for ways to support specifically, especially early career educators and lower wage workers, because housing is unaffordable for most of those folks, and we hear a lot about that every month, not just on the coast side, but even more so in the Bay Area. Estimates are that, research-based, I'm not just making these numbers up, but it takes around like $250,000 a year. I've seen different estimates, somewhere as low as $150,000, which is still a lot, to be able to afford buying a home. So it's a challenge everywhere, and there was also a recent report a community member sent to me about how, like, if you look at a map, and you could probably come up with some Google terms to look at this, because I don't remember the title of it or who was published, but it was about even comparing salaries to local housing costs, like the entire Bay Area is unaffordable. So because when we look at our salaries, they're lower, but like hard to believe our housing costs are lower. As a realtor, Mary Beth, probably you're all too familiar with that. But it's crazy in the Bay Area, and we need other ways to get around that. So lastly, I don't know, that, like, I feel like there's such an entrenched, like, us versus them kind of feeling kind of in our district sometimes, and I feel like that can go in lots of different directions, but it takes so much energy, and like, we have so little resource, like, including our own energies, that, like, I really do, my hope and dream is, you know, for our school communities, we could find a way to, like, remember we all want the same thing, right? And I think Carmen spoke to this a little bit earlier too. Like, we all want the same thing, we just might have different ways of kind of where we're coming from and what we know, what we experience in terms of how to get there. But the more we can talk and like share information and share perspectives, even if sometimes we have to, I think, Sean, you've used the term like agree to disagree sometimes, like that's fine. Like we can agree to disagree, and we've done that on this board too sometimes. And I think that's healthy and it's important, but I think knowing that we all do want the same thing, I think is really great. And that's really the only way that we're gonna like be able to solve problems moving forward. So yeah, so that's the last thing I wanted to say. Again, happy to bridge the disconnects, happy to walk, talk, coffee, sit around, whatever, anytime. So give us a call. All right.
Sophia, can I just say something really quick? I just want to remind you that we have Josefina doing translation. If you can just speak slower.
Oh, sorry.
Or make more pauses so she can translate.
Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go to the student board member report. Catalina, item 3D.
So first, I just want to say that still as a junior in high school, it's really exciting getting to see your teacher from like kindergarten. So, and these people like all shaped me to who I was. Like I saw my teacher, my first grade teacher, Miss Smith, and I can still recognize her and think about exactly how she shaped me to be. And I think it's just really cool to see. So that's my big thank you for all my teachers, my current and my past teachers. And so going into that, I have my student board report for all the schools. So first, starting with El Granada, we ended March with Arts and Science Week and the 50th annual Arts and Science Day. Thanks to our fabulous PTO, volunteers, and staff, it was a huge success. Students had a visit from the Bay Area Discovery Museum, Try It Truck, and an assembly from Ethnoc Tech, and a day of workshops like tortilla making, rocket launching, slime making, and yoga, just to name a few. We also had an exciting BMX assembly from Perfection on Wheels in March, and we were dazzled by tricks and also learned about good decision making and positive choices. Tomorrow is one of our 2 sharing days with Music for Minors. It also happens to be Superhero Spirit Day. We can't wait to see our students dress up. Our teachers and staff should just come in their normal dress since they are superheroes every day. From Fairlawn View, March Reading Madness at Fairlawn View was a huge success last week. We surpassed last year's reading record and read over 100,000, my God, I cannot read it, 109,000 minutes school-wide. The entire school earned a pizza party for their hard work. At the end of the month, our kindergarten students graced the stage for a performance of Hedgie Blastoff, in which hedgehog astronauts saved the day in outer space. It was a lot of fun. This month, our students have been preparing for the annual CASP assessment in grades 3 through 5. At Hatchies just finished participating in Oceans Week. We had a blast learning about the ocean habitat, animals, and conservation. Artist Ellen Silva is working with our 4th graders to paint an ocean-themed mural on the east side of the A building that you can see from the highway. This week, we have started 2 recess groups, the Recess Chill Zone and Restorative Recess by Mr. Robles, Miss Italy, and Miss Jaramillo. We hope to provide opportunities for students who want quiet spaces and who need some support cooperating with peers positively with these groups. We had a PBIS assembly this week to refresh our students on expected behaviors, and we are looking forward to our Dress Like a Tourist Spirit Day on Friday. At Kings Mountain, we look forward to our Music for Minors sharing day tomorrow and our students engaged in a Chinese dance. The 2nd and 3rd grade classes invited the students to a publishing party for of nonfiction books, and kindergarten and 1st graders have invited to watch the Readers theater performance. Our site is working on PBIS movies to teach the students key respectful, safe, kind, and responsible behaviors. 3rd through 5th graders are preparing for CAS assessments too. At Cunha, the third dance took place. All 7th graders participated in Challenge Day. The 6th grade science teachers made biodegradable plastic, and the Student Barbecue Club had their second delicious grill out at lunch. The student staff basketball game was very excited and kicked off spring break. Spring sports are in full swing with tennis, track, boys volleyball, wrestling, and soccer. 8th graders took a panoramic picture this week, and 6th through 8th graders are preparing for their CAST testing. At Half Moon Bay High School, CAST testing has begun. Students are testing in English language arts, math, science, and Spanish. We had a career panel today about public service. Science classes have been going to Bean Hollow this week. And this is my little note because I'm really excited. Prom is next weekend for all of our seniors and our juniors, and I'm just really excited because I planned it. Pilarcitos High School attended a field trip to CSM. La Costa Adult School, we are currently working on registering our high school diploma and equivalency students as dually enrolled students with the College of San Mateo. That is because on Saturday, April 22nd and Saturday, April 29th, they will be taking the CSM College and Career Exploring class. This class is designed to change students' mindset for what they have to do for work and what they want to do for a career. We also are working with Pilarcitos High School staff to plan our first ever La Costa Adult School graduation this spring. We look forward to having some of you in attendance. That's it.
Thank you very much, Catalina. All right, item 3E, superintendent report, and then I would propose after that, then we can take a little break.
Okay.
But not that you're sending me to notes for the break at all. I just
No pressure.
I was guessing people were probably wondering.
Well, Rosie's also telling me to speak slowly so Josefina can translate, but Josefina knows that I tend to be hyper-caffeinated, speedy, and loud, so I will try. I will say that since our last board meeting, I got to go with the Future Farmers of America field trip down to their state conference in Ontario with Hanalani and Gail, and was really impressed with the work that I saw students do there. It was like a mix between agricultural science and Model UN. It was just very impressive. And so having been a former career technical education director, I was very impressed. I got to go to Lisa Longacre, who's our CTE coordinator, career technical education coordinator. I got to go with Jennifer Schwen, assistant principal at the high school. And then the week before break, that Friday, I got to stop at Fairlawn View because there had been a power outage previous. And I got to talk actually to a teacher who spoke earlier tonight about their concern about phones being out. And since that time, I believe we have purchased some local walkie-talkies for Fairlawn View. We're trying to respond to problems and come up with solutions to problems as we come up against them. I was then able to stop at El Granada. Thank you for inviting me to see the Arts and Science Day, which was just magical. And then at the end of day, Hatch, I got to go for not a really pleasant experience, but to help staff out there because of a safety concern of someone who was having a medical issue. I also got to visit Cunha on that day. So, right before the break, there was this rush of, oh my gosh, I'm getting to all these schools, and it really humanizes it. And I just want to point out that hearing the teachers speak tonight, and the citizens and community members, this is always a really difficult time for me coming to a board meeting because I'm anticipating the disappointment and the sense of failure that I have personally, that we are not able to reconcile our budget with what our teachers deserve. I often tell members of the public who ask about this, and they say, well, why is it? And I say, do this for me. Look up U.S. News and World Report. Do a search, Google, whatever you have, U.S. News and World Report, put in Cabrillo Unified, and you'll see our per pupil spending. Now do it for Pescadero La Honda. You'll see that per pupil spending is twice there because of a whole bunch of reasons. Basic aid, versus local control funding formula, the fact that we're a poor basic aid district, then we flip back into local control funding formula. Now do that over the hill and see how the difference between what we get per pupil through state and local dollars can be almost a third of what they get over the hill. It pains me. It pained me in Alameda because I've heard this over and over again, and it is true. When I say there are many truths in the world, everything that I heard today was true. Some of it, I think, is misunderstood, maybe not factual, but it's how it feels. And I said this last time, so it's always hard coming to these board meetings because I feel like we are letting teachers and all our staff members down. It's why we've been working at workforce housing as a potential, because we know that folks who have been here on the coast for a long time may have been able to afford homes. I'm certainly in that situation, buying in the 90s. I could not buy my condo, my flat, now that I was able to in the 90s. You know, it's just not affordable in the Bay Area. So it's why we have been investing time and energy and funds for capital purposes to look at workforce housing so that we can recruit and retain. But there is no easy fix to this. And for those who actually stay for the budget meetings, you will see that it is true. We got a letter from the county this week that said, you can't go for this this loan to make sure that people get paid in during your shortfall from flipping from LCFF to basic aid until we review it, because you are deficit spending and we're back in the place we were 3 years ago. And part of it is because of choices we've made through budgeting to address parent and student programs. And part of it is because we did pass a raise of 3% in 1920, of 3% in 2021, in arrears. It took us a while to get there, but we were able to do it, and we got out of impasse. And then last year of over 5%. And it's still not enough. It's not enough for our administrators, it's not enough for our custodians, it's not enough for our maintenance workers, it's not enough for our food workers, those employees who really barely make over minimum wage. And when people stand up and say it ain't right, it ain't right. And when people say they're mad and angry and this is screwed up, it's their right to be mad and angry. And I'm sad. And it bothers me. We've heard that we're at impasse at the contract and we'll go at mediation. We will, because we don't have the money to offer a raise. And that's where we are, like we were 3 years ago, because of the costs of raises we've provided before and because of the money received. We did get that letter from county. There was discussion of a 3% reserve. We will not be able to make that 3% reserve in out years. Staff, Dr. Bhatia, Mr. Contreras, who can't be here tonight, Ms. Forrester, Ms. Marsh, they worked over Easter to journal into one-time funding expenses we have now so we can end with a positive fund balance and meet that 3% reserve. But when people talk about a 15% reserve, that was an aspirational policy that we've never been able to enact. So we are not hiding money. For those who want to talk to me about budget, I'm happy to have those meetings. I will tell you that I had a great meeting 2 weeks ago. A teacher reached out from the high school and said, Sean, you know, I hear all these terrible things about you. I just want to meet you. And it was really humanizing. We share an interest in a subject matter, psychology, philosophy, et cetera, and we just talked as humans. And I will say that about the board members too, that they really humanize the work for me, and when I'm getting down, they really lift me up. And I will say that it really bums me out, because when I hear Erica Krein or Abby Foster or Raphael Dubon or Amy Trainer or Jenny Scarpacci or Annette Angeles Hegarty or Heidi Mills or Thomas Walrod or Tracy Yerby, or Christina Baker, or Avis Calhoun, or Shannon Murray, or Stacy McCarthy, who I spoke with on the phone some weeks ago, or Aisha Barrow, with whom I've spoken many times, or Sean Reardon, CUTA's co-president. You know, I've said to Sean, and I believe him, I remember the first year, he's like, look, it's not personal. I respect you as a human being. I respect you as an educator, but we're at odds. We are at odds because I have to balance the needs of the whole district and make recommendations to the board for our sustainability. And I cannot make the money up. And we've been at a tough place going from local control funding formula and waiting 2 years until we got to basic aid, and then we had a windfall, and then we could solve a 3% and a 3% for 19, 20, 21, and then last year a long extended thing where we thought our projections would be higher, and we gave over 5% in salary increase. And then the projections came in lower, and we overspent. And was that a budgeting problem? It was a projection problem. And it's because the coast side is different. Your taxes don't come in as high here as they do over the hill. The projections don't come in as high, and it doesn't translate to real money. So there's been a lot of work by staff, and I just want to humanize and bring that to bear here tonight and talk about Jesus Contreras and Dr. Bhatia, my chief business officer and my assistant superintendent, who do so much and have worked so hard to try to make this happen so that we can have a positive fund balance. And we will have to be required to have a third interim budget. And it's not because we want to do it, it's because the county makes us do it. And they will involve a fiscal expert because they do think we are now in fiscal crisis again, like we were 3 years ago, through no fault of our own. And because this board, I recommended this board that we offer the raise we offered last year, and we thought it was based on projections, and they did it because they do believe employees matter, and then it was more the money than we actually got. So I just want people to hold all of this and be able to reconcile all of this and try to believe me, even though I know a lot of people think that, you know, superintendents, and particularly me, maybe in this situation, don't tell the truth. But look up U.S. News and World Report, Cabrillo Unified, and then compare it to San Mateo. And compare it to Pescadero La Honda, and compare it to Hillsborough, and compare it to Woodside. You will see that those districts budget 2 to 3 times more than we, because they receive more money than we do. It pains me that Portola Valley is going to give a very large increase because they can afford it, and that we can't. It pains me because I know these people. I know these people out, not well, but I know them as humans. I know folks in the audience as humans. So it pains me because we are unable to give in the way we give, and this board has taken my recommendation that we should treat all employees alike and give everybody the same amount of raises, and right now we can't give any. And I've been in this position before. We were in this position in Alameda also, where that district was funded less than the average of that county, and it was always get us to average. And I just gotta say, when I look at old board materials from 10, 20 years ago, they were having these same discussions then. So I just want to put that out there. As far as the consent agenda, I did hear tonight, you know, why do we have these proclamations? And we don't talk about them publicly. We don't read them anymore. We did for several years, but we do because we want to respect all kinds of people. And the Earth Day proclamation, why does it matter? It matters because if you went to that consent agenda and you opened that up, you would see the new things we did. You would see how we're trying to be more sustainable. And there was energy by staff, including teachers like Abby Foster and Erica Krein, who serve on our sustainability committee, and Sonia Myers here at Cunha, and Joseph Santoni at the high school, and Dr. Bhatia, who took my place on the committee. So now that we're making environmental sustainability part of classroom instruction and part of our new science adoption, it matters. The earth matters. And next month, we will have a presentation on the work we have done on Earth Day. You will see there's an adoption of proclamation for Student Mental Health Week. It matters. I wish we could talk more about it, but we've made an agreement to try not to read every proclamation like we did. But student mental health, you think it matters? It matters. Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, it matters. And we brought these proclamations, including Hispanic Heritage Month, African American Heritage Month, Native American Heritage Month, et cetera, did land acknowledgements. Jewish American Heritage Month, which is on this consent agenda, Women's History Month, LGBTQ History Month. These proclamations matter because the people do matter. No matter what anybody says, I know that this board, I know everybody in this room do believe that people matter. And so I hope we can keep humanizing one another. And I do want to ask people, you know, if you're interested, look on the consent agenda for the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the Jewish American Heritage Month, and the Employee Appreciation Month. I know that rings flat and rings hollow to some people, like 0.0, you show us 0% respect. God, if I could, I would. God, if I could, I would. It doesn't mean we don't appreciate them, and we're not going to stop having a proclamation just because we can't offer a raise right now. You'll see approval of comprehensive school safety plans, personnel reports, teacher agreements, CBEST waiver, 12-month work calendar, basically to correct so that we could honor Juneteenth as a federal holiday. Donations, warrant register, the out-of-state travel expenses for teachers to go to a national science technology education conference. Our bond financial agreement with ISOM advisors so we can use bond monies for Farallon View and El Granada, which last night I had to speak at Mid-Coast Council at their request about that work, and we're excited about that work starting. The approval of purchase and installation of portables, which I'm going to get to at the end of the thing. Williams uniform complaints and that process and trying to fix the heat and the controllers that are out of whack. The consent matters. But I just do want to say, I'm about to introduce Tom Williams on another subject, and he is our demographer. And I do want to say that, you know, we had posted and agendized boundary changes, and we heard from members of the public, and we'd posted this before spring break, that, hey, you've got this posted as an action item. We need more time to look at it. So I would ask everybody and invite everybody, please assume positive intention. 3 years ago, we returned Moonridge students to Hatch, which had been moved to Farallon View 20 years ago. And we did that because we made an argument to this board, I made an argument to this board, that Moonridge students should return to Hatch. And since then, today, I received, Alyssa, you saw this email, an email from a member of the Hatch saying, oh my God, we've added extended learning programs, we have CCP programs, there are more students on campus. We couldn't park, I couldn't park. So we looked at a boundary adjustment and we look at our demographics. Number one, in the past, we've looked at demographics so we could right-size our modernization, our construction. And number two, we looked at demographics, and Tom will report on that, so we could look at potential boundary shifts. If we went too fast, if it sounded like we were going to make action, please know that, you know, I put it that way in case the board felt like it was going to be a decision, but clearly, we need to spend more time on this, and I'm committed to doing that, and we will spend more time on that. So I do want to introduce, or I don't know if you're going to want to take a break, but our first report will be from Tom Williams tonight.
I would make a motion to take a 5-minute break because it's been a couple hours, 15 minutes, and let's come back in 5. Okay. And then Tom will be.
I need a motion and a second.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, back in 5 minutes. That is 8:19. Okay. So we are back and we are up to item 4, the consent agenda. And just a reminder, we made the amendments with the agenda approval at the beginning of the meeting to do a couple things. We're taking the portable purchase out of the consent agenda, making it item 5F later. We're adding in the field trip item here. Maybe Sean, you could just recap what that is.
The field trip item, and I was just speaking to Gail, the teacher, about that, is for a student who I met, actually 2 students who are the first time ever, I think, doing the Spanish Creed. Basically, Future Farmers of America have a creed about their responsibility and to the earth and to animals and to agriculture. That's kind of great. And so they'll be doing a Spanish Creed on a field trip and competing at the state in a new, which I think is fantastic, bilingual format. And then there are 12 students who are going also, I think, a following weekend. And so I heartily recommend that you approve that on consent, because I don't want to keep those kids from being able to have this great opportunity to compete.
Okay, thank you. Just add, yeah, okay, so good. So that's it for the changes to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And I just want to add a quick comment, which is to say, sometimes folks do ask and wonder what administrators do. A lot of what you can see that isn't being presented is here on the consent agenda. A lot of this looks easy, we check it off, but it's a lot of work that goes behind it. So I just want to appreciate all the staff for doing that. Also, a lot of the staff, the administrative staff being grant funded. And again, thank you for filing for those grants and getting that support so we can have that additional help for a lot of that work that needs to happen. That isn't always visible. So with that, if we can go to vote.
Thank you, Sophia. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth? Catalina? This item passes 5+1.
All right, and at last we get to our general business. Tom's here, yay. Sean, do you want to give any more introduction?
I do. Tom Williams has been working with us for several years to talk about demographic analysis, and Tom is a demographer, works with many districts in the Bay Area, and we've used him partly for facilities master plans so we could right-size our plans for schools, and we consulted, or we contracted with Tom again this year to do an update on those demographics, because we have seen declining enrollment throughout the state, and we want to keep our eyes on that. And at the same time, we had made a promise 3 years ago to this board when we moved Moonridge students back to their neighborhood school at Hatch, which was a decision that was made 20 years ago when John Bayless was superintendent, and caused a lot of grief at that time. When we move them back to their neighborhood school, which is, I think, great, I think is the right moral, ethical thing to do, then we wound up with Fairlawn View being under-enrolled. And so I asked Tom if he would look at ways that we could look at where students and families are distributed on the coast, in homes, and figure out if there were some alternative recommendations for boundary adjustments that we could make. And in the big picture, what I actually charged Tom with is, hey, can you make it so we add students at Fairlawn View, keep a good number of students at El Granada, and lighten the load at Hatch? It is not it was never my intent to punish any school. It was never my intention to make this difficult for any families. We just wanted to do a rational, scientific, bureaucratic approach of looking at some alternatives and look at science and mathematics and demographics to propose some alternative boundaries so that we could balance enrollment for efficiency, cost savings, and actually contiguous rational boundaries. And Tom, you'll correct me if that is mistaken, but that was your charge. The other thing that I charged Tom with is, look, you can't just bring one option. You have to bring several options. But like one option, and you'll see in the presentation for El Granada, which I think we've been getting a lot of grief about, is just a ridiculous option. I mean, because it goes right into El Granada, but I charged with Tom, give us some choices. That's why Tom's report, and I also pressed on Tom and said, hey, can you make a recommendation? And I'm glad he made the one he did. The recommendation that he makes for the El Granada Fairlawn View boundary takes us back 20 years ago and what the boundary looked like 20 years ago. And the hatch permutations are slightly different. So Tom, I think that hopefully gives context.
And could I just make one quick comment too, process-wise, because folks might not be familiar. Typically, our cadence is that we have the introduction, then we have the presentation, then we open up to public comments, and then we have a board discussion. So just for folks that are waiting for public comment, it'll come after the presentation. All right, without further ado, Tom, thank you for being here.
Turn your mic on, Tom. You'll just press that button that looks like, there you go.
There, okay. You've received two documents from me. One is the enrollment forecast update report, and one is dealing with this issue. This particular PowerPoint is mainly on this issue, but it includes one table that came from the forecast update report. I will simply note that in the forecast update report, I talk about not only this district, but other districts I work with in this county and the rest of Silicon Valley. And with one notable exception, San Carlos, everybody is still losing students. So it's not something unique to this district by any means. In fact, I got some districts like Cupertino that are losing thousands of kids. So they're down like 5,000 kids in the last 5 years. So, you know, this is going on pretty much everywhere. And it's a problem that everybody's dealing with various degrees. I have some districts that are closing schools. So this is nothing at all unique to what we're discussing here for this district in terms of attendance boundary issues and balancing enrollments. Next slide, please, Rosie. Thank you. I don't know how well you folks can read this. This is also in the report that deals with attendance boundary options, but I'll just quick read it for those who can't see it. It says, this PowerPoint show contains some attendance boundary considerations for the purpose of reducing the severity of the enrollment differences between Fairlawn View, El Granada, and Hatch. The resident, by resident I mean where your kids live regardless of the schools they attend. The resident TK5 student totals, which are for the attendance area where your students live regardless of the schools attended, changed significantly to these three schools due to attendance area changes implemented for 2020-21. Those changes shifted the Moonridge and South Main Street areas from Fairlawn View and El Granada to Hatch, due to Hatch being so much closer for those students. The South Main Street area is within walking distance of Hatch, not El Granada. And Moonridge, of course, those kids had to drive right by the school to go much farther away.
Tom, pause 1 second. Technical issue with friends from Pacifica TV. We're going to stop the presentation momentarily so we can get it back up so it can be linked up for the public.
Gotcha. The wonders of high tech.
It's a beautiful thing. It doesn't always work great. Hopefully this is working now for our folks. Maybe point the camera at the presentation and then Mr. Williams they'll hear your voice.
They've already seen me enough.
And Rosie will set it up in a minute.
Okay, to continue, I don't know how much people lost, so to start with the discussion, the changes that happened in 2021, as Sean alluded to, were to move the Moonridge and South Main Street areas from Fairlawn View and El Granada to Hatch. The reason for this is those areas are so much closer to this school than they were to Fairlawn View or El Granada. In fact, the South Main Street kids can walk to the school, to Hatch. They can't walk to El Granada. Also shifted was the Highway 92 area. That became effectively an option area where kids in that section could choose between El Granada, where they were previously assigned, and Hatch. Now they can go either way. Those are more halfway between the two schools, unlike South Main Street and Moonridge. Then as I go to the blue area, it says what has happened since 2020-21 is the resident TK5 totals have declined in all three attendance areas. But the main concern is the change for Fairlawn View, which also has a significant current net loss between its resident and attending totals. In other words, it has students from within the Fairlawn View attendance area coming to Hatch for the dual program, going to El Granada for special ed, etc. And that is a net outflow that has caused an already small total to become even a smaller enrollment total at Fairlawn View. With a further resident TK5 student decline forecast for Fairlawn View in the next 3 years, I'm providing some possible attendance boundary changes that would increase the projected Fairlawn View enrollments and lower Hatch's enrollments. That was the whole goal that Sean asked me to look at that, come up with alternatives for. Now, as TK expands to being eligible for all 4-year-olds in 3 years, I'm assuming you'll have a TK class at Fairlawn View. That'll bring back 6 of those kids that are going out, a nominal number. We're still going to have an enrollment decline at Fairlawn View, even with a TK class added to that school. So we're now at 165. You could be talking about less than 150 kids in 3 years at Fairlawn View without some changes happening. That's in most districts, they find going below 300 to be suboptimal. You're talking about going below potentially 150. So, and then it says in the red text, if you continue to have a net outflow to other schools of 25 students in K5 from Fairlawn View for its current attendance area, then the enrollment there in 25, 26 probably below 170 and potentially below 150. But El Granada's enrollment could stay above 270 and Hatch's could exceed 580. In other words, Hatch could have far more kids than El Granada and Fairlawn View combined. And that gap will widen in the next 3 to 5 years. This would be a larger continuing imbalance between these schools than the district prefers. So, next slide, please, Rosie. This is out of the other report that deals with the enrollment forecast update. I will just quickly focus on the numbers in color, particularly the attending enrollment column. You'll see that Fairlawn View currently has 165 attending kids in grades TK5, which is like a K5 for that school. Off to the right, you'll see that for next year, I'm projecting a decline by 11 resident kids and a cumulative amount in 3 years by 18 resident kids for Fairlawn View. That would take it below 150 in enrollment if everything else stayed the same. El Granada, you'll see in the sort of the middle column of the table for attending enrollment, it currently gets 316 kids, which is a net loss of 10 kids going out to other schools, maybe to come to Hatch for dual program. And that's also projected for a decline, but that's declining from 316, a far bigger number than Fairlawn View. And Hatch currently has 539 and gets a net gain of 14 kids, and it's projected to add kids in the next 3 years. So that's why we have Fairlawn View with the smallest enrollments having declining numbers, Hatch with the largest numbers having growing numbers. The gap that's already more than 2 to 1, actually more than almost 4 to 1, is going to become even bigger between Fairlawn View and Hatch without some changes made. Now, when we talk about what you did to move South Main Street back to Hatch and to move Moonridge back to Hatch, the reason was you wanted kids going to their neighborhood schools wherever possible, and you didn't want kids being driven right past one school to go to another school farther away. The same logic applies for bringing kids into Fairlawn View. To add kids to Fairlawn View from anywhere other than the northern part of El Granada would mean we'd have to be busing kids right by El Granada School to get to Fairlawn View. So the only rational area to look at to get more kids into Fairlawn View is out of the North El Granada attendance area. There's really only 2 parts there that have enough kids to move enough kids into Fairlawn View. One is the Pillar Ridge Mobile Home Park, and the other is the northern part of El Granada. I'm not saying the northern part of El Granada makes sense to move. I'm just saying that those are the only 2 locations to look at where we aren't taking kids closer to El Granada School or even south El Granada School and sending them right past El Granada to go to Fairlawn View. That's just the reality of the geography of this district.
Tom, you want to look at the geography on the next slide?
Yes, please, slide. Thank you. This shows the northern part of the district, and the pink area is the El Granada attendance area and the parklands, and the blue area is the Fairlawn View attendance area. And you'll see that there's kind of a strange dog leg to pick up the Pillar Point RV park. Those kids actually come south and go right by homes that are still in the Fairlawn View attendance area on the north side of Cornell to get to El Granada School. And you already have one neighborhood in northernmost El Granada assigned to Fairlawn View while having those Pillar Ridge kids who are farther from El Granada than that northernmost El Granada neighborhood attending El Granada. It's a strange boundary. Sean already explained there's some strange history to it. But for me to add any area to the blue from the pink, I'm either coming further into El Granada or I'm moving Pillar Ridge. That's really the only two choices you have without taking kids even closer to El Granada School and moving to Fairlawn View, or taking kids south of El Granada School and having them go right by El Granada School to get to Fairlawn View. It's simply your geography. So next slide, please. This is alternative one. This moves Pillar Ridge Mobile Home Park into Fairlawn View. Next slide, please. This is alternative two. Sean said we need to have one more than an alternative. I agree, so everybody knows the numbers. When I look at El Granada, it's a very difficult community to split up. I'm sure people would not like to be split up. I'm sure the neighborhood that's already split off for Fairlawn View isn't happy about it. In fact, a third of the kids in that, almost half of the kids in that attendance area don't go to Fairlawn View, in that neighborhood that's assigned to Fairlawn View. But we had to look at something else other than Pillar Ridge to give you a choice. And the line that splits the least number of adjacent neighbors is on Vallejo and north of Vallejo for west of Avenida Benito, and just north of Vallejo for east of Avenida Benito. That splits less adjacent homes than any other new line I can put in El Granada. It still splits adjacent homes. I won't deny it. But it splits less than any other line I can see in that community without getting right on the doorstep of El Granada School. The unfortunate reality of that is it doesn't move that many kids. I can't go any farther than south than that without even having worse neighborhood breaks and putting kids that are even closer to walking to El Granada going to Fairlawn View, but it still really doesn't get enough kids up to Fairlawn View. Only the first alternative, moving Pillar Ridge, if you'll slide back one, Rosie. Only this alternative really puts enough kids in Fairlawn View to get it up in the 200 to 240 range over the next 5 years.
Yeah, I just want to say that I did get something from a public member today saying, Sean, help me here. The current map of the attendance area and alternative one, they look the same. They look the same, save for Pillar Ridge. If you toggle, if you're at home and you look at this on a PowerPoint and you toggle between the current attendance area and the next slide, then you'll see that Pillar Ridge is the only difference. And again, historically, what I'll remind you of is sorry, Mike, sorry, Tom, I gotta always do this. I just want to say historically too, 20 years ago when the district moved Moon Ridge to Fairlawn View, Pillar Ridge, which had previously gone to Fairlawn View, then got moved to El Granada and Moon Ridge got sent this way. It was a kind of a weird gerrymandered thing because of, at that time, there were over 500 students at Fairlawn View to accommodate Moon Ridge students, and there were over 500 students at Hatch, and there were over 500 students at El Granada. Now you're out of shift. And so take the nefarious motives out of this. This is a math problem and a map problem. I'll stop there.
That doesn't look like much of a change, but that mobile home park has 94 district-enrolled elementary students.
Oh, and I'm going to say something else. I want to make sure that the public understands we are not discussing, and it would never be our discussion, to say we're going to move families that are currently enrolled at our schools. This would be something that would be for the go forward, right? So even at Moon Ridge, when we asked Moon Ridge students if they wanted to go to Hatch, they had a choice. We have intra-district policy, and they had a choice to go to stay at Fairlawn View. Then remote learning happened. And then the next thing you know, we had the majority of them return. So again, I just want to point that out. When Tom says that many students at Pillar Ridge currently attending El Granada, we wouldn't take that many students away from El Granada currently.
Actually, we don't have that many attending El Granada. There are 94 district-enrolled TK5 students coming out of that mobile home park, but almost a third of them are at the Hatch dual language program.
And just so I can bring that up too, I've also heard from the public, hey, you know, you got 31 students coming out of Fairlawn View. Why don't you just stop them from being able to do that? But really, as a board or as a superintendent, how would we ever say, oh, immersion can be had by these people, but not by these people? It's a difficult choice. So you do have people from El Granada, you do have people from Fairlawn View who do choose the immersion alternative.
Bottom line is, you probably, in the first couple of years, pick up maybe 45 kids in that vicinity to add to the Fairlawn View enrollment, and I doubt you'll ever get more than 60 because of people going to dual immersion, people in special ed at El Granada, et cetera. But the bottom line is we're getting 40 to 50 to 55 students within 3 to 5 years over to Fairlawn View, which gets that enrollment up into probably the 220, 230, 240 range, which I think is really a minimum you want. The other alternative doesn't do that. It really doesn't get you enough kids up there.
And that's also why alternative 2 is not recommended by Tom, and I gotta tell you, it stinks on ice. You look at the map, and I asked Tom to do it, it's an impossible charge, but you look at that map, and clearly I know why people would be ticked off. You gotta hear the presentation and know that we are not recommending alternative 2. Read the fine print. We're recommending alternative 1 like it was 20 years ago. The other thing I would say too is please remember that this has everything to do with the board's decision years ago to keep all these schools open and to modernize Fairlawn View and modernize El Granada, and we are modernizing Fairlawn View for 250. So we're trying to right size to that. And it does have everything to do with the fact that Hatch is got some compression problems, some compaction problems, some enrollment tightness.
Okay, so you've seen the two alternatives, and as Sean just said, strongly recommending alternative 1 and only alternative 1 in this case, which, as I said, will move something like 40 to 45 students in the first couple of years over to Fairlawn View, and maybe 55-ish in the 5-year time frame, which gets Fairlawn View up into the maybe 230, 240 range. That then needs to be offset to help Hatch get lower enrollment and not bring El Granada's enrollment down. There needs to be a second step, which is to take students out of the Hatch attendance area and put them into El Granada. So that's the second part of this presentation. Next slide, please, Rosie. This just summarizes what we just said. I won't bother to read all of it now. The whole point is that alternative 1 is strongly what's being recommended. And there you'll see the numbers that under alternative 1, we could have in 2027 a Fairlawn View of up to 250, but probably not that high. And in El Granada, before we add kids out of Hatch, at around 220 or slightly more. Next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, this shows the current attendance rates in the central part of the district. Again, the pink or rosy area is the El Granada attendance area. The beige or faint yellow, I guess you'd call it, is the Hatch attendance area. The orange is the choice area that used to be assigned to El Granada, but now they have a choice between El Granada and Hatch. Currently, that choice is almost evenly split between the two schools. A few more kids are choosing Hatch, but I think that's partly a grandfathering issue. Most of the kids that are still choosing El Granada are in the upper elementary grades, and they were already there when you made the attendance boundary change in 2020-21, and so they chose to stay at the school they were at. I think most of the new kids in that area that have come in since then have chosen Hatch. So if we left everything as it is today and didn't make any attendance boundary changes, you'd have fewer of those kids in that orange area going to El Granada in 3 years and more of them going to Hatch. Again, adding to Hatch having too many kids. So what are the alternatives to fix this? Next slide, please, Rosie. This is alternative 1. This takes that Highway 92 area and puts it back into El Granada, which is where it was 3 years ago. Makes it solely assigned to El Granada. People can still do intra-district requests to go to the dual program, et cetera, but it would be assigned to El Granada as it was 3 years ago. Unlike Moonridge and unlike South Main Street, those kids aren't really within walking distance of either school and aren't driving right by one school to get to another school. So it's a different issue than South Main Street or Moonridge, in my opinion. Next slide, please, Rosie. This alternative leaves that choice area between the two schools, instead shifts the area that's from Hatch that is north of 92 and east of 1 up to El Granada. Next slide, please, Rosie. This is combining alternatives 1 and 2. If you choose the highly recommended alternative 1 between Fairlawn View and El Granada, then you really need to do 2 of the 3 main alternatives being presented to get enough kids into El Granada and enough kids out of Hatch to balance the numbers at least moderately. This combination, to me, has numbers work best. It's a clean boundary. And it gets the right amount of kids up into El Granada to more than compensate for the reduction caused by the moving of Pillar Ridge out.
I just wanted to say, when we say clean boundary, Tom, you mean a contiguous boundary, right? It looks right on a map, right?
That and that no kid is driving past a kid going to a different school. In other words, I don't want to have, currently, for example, when the kids from Pillar Ridge go to El Granada, they go by homes that are still assigned to Fairlawn View. Yeah, they're crossing. This doesn't have anybody crossing. This has everybody going to El Granada, going through El Granada territory, and everybody going to Hatch, going through Hatch territory, and not crossing the other. Okay, next slide, please, Rosie. This is alternative 3. I don't recommend this alternative. I don't think it moves enough students, but I want to give you one more choice, and this is to take the northernmost part of Hatch that is west of Highway 1, essentially north of Kehoe Avenue, and assign it to El Granada instead. This also would make a, quote, clean boundary, but the numbers don't work as well. In fact, if you choose alternative 1, the highly recommended alternative 1 between Fairlawn View and El Granada, this wouldn't come even close to doing what you need to do. So, next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, comparing alternatives between El Granada and Hatch. Alternative 1 for Hatch to El Granada shift returns the Highway 92 choice area to being assigned solely to El Granada. Alternative 2 keeps the Highway 92 choice area between El Granada and Hatch, while shifting the rest of the current Hatch area that's north of Highway 92 and east of Highway 1, to El Granada. And then I already described alternative 3. At the bottom it says, if the district chooses the recommended alternative 1 from El Granada to Fairlawn View, then only a combination of 2 of these 3 alternatives from Hatch to El Granada may be sufficiently offsetting for El Granada. In which case I recommend combining alternatives 1 and 2 from Hatch to El Granada. That was the slide I showed you. We're definitely not anywhere suggesting alternative 2 between Fairlawn View and El Granada. Next slide, please. This is hard to read. I will just say that, in fact, I'm going to skip this. Go to the next slide, please, Rosie. The recommended boundaries, which are alternative 1 between Fairlawn View and El Granada, and between Hatch and El Granada, would result in 2025 of a Fairlawn View around 200, an El Granada enrollment around 275, and a Hatch enrollment around 545. Kings Mountain presumably stay in the same vicinity of 50 to 60. You still have 3 to 5 alternative ed kids at the elementary level. By 2027, Fairlawn View may grow to as much as 250. I think that's a stretch. I think it's probably more like 235. El Granada will be around 265, and Hatch will be around 245. Both of those numbers may be slightly conservative depending on how many kids are in the dual program at Hatch, especially at El Granada. But the bottom line is you're looking at something like 235, 240 at Fairlawn View, something like 270 at El Granada, reasonable balance between those 2 schools, and Hatch only around 550 instead of heading for 600. That's why I recommend these alternatives, even though I presented other choices to you.
I do want to just raise and put the elephant in the room too. I have heard from community members over the years, well, why don't you just close Kings Mountain? Why don't you just close Fairlawn View? We've been down that road. The board has made a decision. The board has committed monies. When we talk about an equity policy that we passed in 2019, it actually included the words geographical equity. This board has committed to neighborhood schools. And when people ask me, well, why don't you just close Fairlawn View? And we looked at that. We looked at that with architects, and it was discounted and dismissed because we did not think it was good for traffic patterns. We did not think that the footprint of El Granada could sustain an extra 200 students. So I kind of feel like this is sort of, we started a process, we moved Moonridge back, which I think was the moral, ethical decision, and the South Main Street to their neighborhood school where now they can enjoy after-school programs, which they need on an equity basis, Moonridge families mostly. And those families have more connection to their school than they could have 30 or 45 minutes ride up the coast. I just want to remind people, I would hope that you would understand that we are trying to do the right thing. And sometimes we can't control the geography. We can't control how many babies are had in particular neighborhoods and student generation rate. Nobody is trying to hurt any particular school. And, you know, people quote me, change is difficult. This is moving cheese. That's an expression that people use about, oh, don't move my cheese, right? We are moving future families, future enrollees. We are recommending it because otherwise we can't have efficiencies and we continue to have an over-enrolled school because of our patterns. And so it is a totality. It is a balance. It is a holistic thing. That said, I understand that people want to get it perfect. And I was just on the email today with Half Moon Bay High School people because we're talking about a solution. I said, hey, let's try not to just like dismiss and say it'll never work and we can't do anything because it's not perfect. Can we just please try to get incrementally close to being better? So I just want to lift that elephant in the room because I have heard, well, stop Fairlawn View from being able to go to immersion at Hatch. Doesn't seem fair. I've heard from people saying, oh, you made this problem. You moved Moonridge students from Fairlawn View to Hatch, their neighborhood school. Yes, I did. It wasn't fair. We needed to make that fair. Main Street too. So we are trying to do the best we can. That said, I understand people get fearful. They want to hear the impacts. We need to do more explaining. I think the presentation helped tonight. I know there are a lot of public comments. I'm willing to get tomatoes and eggs thrown at me. I did talk to somebody today about this who said, well, the board. And I said, no, I'm gonna take responsibility for this. I agendized it as an action item in case the board wanted to take action. But it is clear to me that the board wanted to hear the presentation, wants to give some more time, and I'm just gonna say it, we were gonna commit to, I would like to get the board to say, first of all, if we can funnel this, so we have the choices, but you know that we brought choices to say, well, we could have done it this way, but can we get you to choose one of two? It's a funnel approach. I'm trying to get from maximizing to satisficing. And so that would be from staff's perspective, from Tom's expert perspective, doing this for years. And that's the other thing. Tom, God bless you. You know, you and I have talked about this. I said, be ready for this. You know, I've heard people say, Tom, an outsider, a paid consultant, we're not Belmont, we're not Cupertino, yada, 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 yada. Tom knows the streets of this community better because he's walked them, he's driven them, and worked with us for years now. Tom knows this area, and this is a scientist, a demographer, who knows the student generation rate, has 3 years of data and 3 years of looking at census data, birth data, live birth data, and the actual streets themselves and driving around. So I just want to invite everybody to consider that we are trying to make an improvement. It is a change. And I want to ask the board, when we get to the point of communicating to the community later, that you, once you hear the community tonight, and read the public comments that were brought in and hear the public comments, I will want the board then to sort of tell us, are we in the right direction of ruling out what we think is a terrible option, so that we can describe that to the community and then have that be a debate between one thing and another, as opposed to all these things. I'll stop there. I know you have public comments coming.
I just want to add that all these enrollment numbers are on the assumption that you grandfather current kids. So you brought that up. I just want to say these enrollment numbers assume you grandfather current kids. Any kid who's out of school today, they're allowed to stay at that school in these numbers.
I know sometimes people, I don't know ever if that, maybe it's not politically correct to say grandfather or grandparent or whatever, but I think everybody understands what we're talking about here. If a student is currently enrolled in a school, this does not mean, and I heard this from a community leader today that I was speaking, particularly a Latino community leader, and they were saying, hey, there's confusion about this because we need to do more outreach on this and now explain this. But there's confusion. Are we going to have to move our kids? No, if they're currently enrolled at a school, they do not have to move. It's going forward.
Yeah, can I, point of order, I have a question that I think I would like to ask before all the public comments of Tom and you.
I think that's fine, yes?
My question is, how many students do we have in the immersion program, and what would be given that Hatch is so much larger?
Okay, so I hear half and half, mitad, right? half and half. So if you've got about 550,
Okay.
yeah.
What if you split and had 2 immersion programs?
This is a discussion, presentation / discussion item, so we don't need a motion to approve. And then with that, we can go to our comments. We have some submitted that are written and a couple that are here in person. So I'll do the written ones first, and I'm going to ask my colleague Lizette to help me with the translation for one of them, because I see Rocio is not here with. Oh, she's here? Oh, okay, great, okay. So you have, because she wrote it here too, but you have it and you'll read it. And you could, okay. So you could do it in English and Spanish? Okay.
And I thank Josefina for being here this late tonight and translating for us. Again, thank you very much. Muy amable, Josefina.
So Rocio Avila with Ila.
And
Who couldn't
Okay.
stay, so Josefina's gonna read it.
Yeah, so this comment is from Rocio Avila. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, and so it's a request to the school district to please provide information to parents about the suggested boundary changes so they can learn more about these proposals, and especially in Spanish. And also to please provide options to parents so that they can decide which school their children can attend. So many parents lack the knowledge that there is an open enrollment policy, and they would like to have this information provided to them in their own language, so Spanish. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Josefina. We have a few more written, and then we'll go to the ones that are here live. I'll read those. First from Alan Smith, an El Granada parent. I hear there's a proposal to divide the El Granada community in half between Fairlawn View and EGE. My children will be affected, and I'm only just hearing on this a day before you're taking this up for vote. I request a delay in the vote to give CUSD a chance to clearly communicate what outcome is desired and transparently describe all the options being considered and how they meet this desired end state. Thank you. Next, Haley Peterson, CUSD parent, El Granada resident. Please delay the vote on agenda item 5A. Allow the community time to understand the reason why this decision is necessary and what the outcome will be for those affected. Please give community members a clear reason for this decision. Nicole Lopez, please delay vote, parent. Please delay voting on the attendance boundary consideration. As a parent of one elementary age student, soon to be 3 students in the near future, I believe more parents need time to take a look at this. Carrie Blanton, El Granada School Site Council, public comment for the April 13 CUSD board meeting regarding changes to school boundaries. The El Granada School Site Council unanimously requests that the Cabrillo Unified School District Board postpone the scheduled vote on any recommended school boundary changes regarding district and school boundaries. The California Department of Education communicates that the state's educational system relies on local control for the management of school districts on the theory that those closest to the problems and needs of each individual district are the best able to make appropriate decisions on behalf of the district. Those families and educational partners closest to the problems and needs of any recommended boundary changes deserve an opportunity to voice any concerns or objections they may have regarding any boundary changes. We ask that the board visit the communities most affected and administer empathy interviews to learn more about the impact of changing school boundaries. Specifically, we ask the board to visit the Pillar Ridge Mobile Home Park in the northern El Granada area and meet with residents to share the proposed changes. While we understand that there is always a need to reevaluate school enrollment numbers and boundaries, we believe transparency and consistent communication around any related proposed changes must prioritize engagement with educational partners. Respectfully, Claire Blanton, Chairperson, El Granada School State Council. Andy Majewski, El Granada resident parent. They're a bunch, so hang in there. Regarding the proposed changes to attendance areas for El Granada, Fairlawn View, Hatch Elementary Schools, I strongly urge the board to consider traffic congestion implications in addition to the factors outlined in the study. School drop-off times are fixed and a major factor in coastside traffic congestion since the school district moved bus service. El Granada Farallon View Alternative 2 would require El Granada residents who can currently walk, ride bikes, or drive via surface streets to instead add to congestion on Highway 1. Changes to the boundary between El Granada Hatch should not require families to turn left on Highway 1 in the mornings to drop off their students at school. An example of this adding to traffic would be El Granada Hatch Alternative 3, which would require residents of the Kehoe neighborhood to turn left across Highway 1 to drop off in the morning. This should be a non-starter. Next, Kelly Hoffman Davis, CUSD parent. Good evening, my name is Kelly Hoffman Davis. I am a current CUSD Cunha and Farallon View parent, previous Farallon View PTO president, and Farallon View alumni. I apologize for not coming in person tonight, but it's my son's 13th birthday. I will be brief, but I wanted to take a minute tonight to voice my appreciation to the board for following through on their commitment to rebalance the school boundary lines since the Moonridge transition in 2019. 4 years ago, there was a massive community outreach and data collection that looked at that transition as a multiple-step process that included returning the Pillar Ridge community to Farallon. This process was abruptly stopped due to COVID. It is time to complete the transition. I appreciate that a lot has changed since 2019 and that new data was collected while also being mindful of not overextending admin hours in a time when we are desperately trying to reduce admin costs and find funds for teachers. This important decision will not only help rebalance school enrollment across the 3 primary elementary schools, restore diversity in our schools, and increase opportunities for families to make the best decision for their families. While I can support delaying the vote by a month to ensure affected families understand their options, I'm hopeful that the board can make a timely decision so we can finally complete this transition and welcome families this coming fall. Next, Mike and Courtney Alfano, speaking as parents of Hatch kindergarten student and 2 kids that are now at Cunha and Half Moon Bay High School. We are in support of the new boundary lines that would help the overcrowding at Hatch Elementary and rebalance attendance across the 3 main elementary schools in our district. Next, Emily Barbour, please delay a voting on 5A. Community members like me have not yet had an opportunity to review the proposed changes to the default elementary school enrollment boundaries. We need additional time to become informed, ask questions, and have the opportunity to provide meaningful feedback. Voting on this item appears premature. Please delay. Thank you. Megan Duffy Brown, El Granada Elementary parent. Dear CUSD board members, I respectfully ask for a postponement of the vote on redrawing of school boundary lines until all our communities have had sufficient time to discuss the matter. Students, faculty, and staff have all soldiered the challenges of the past few school years brought on by COVID-19. We can and will adapt any future changes in enrollment and possible reallocation of resources, for example, but I strongly believe our local school communities need more time to both, 1, understand the implications of these changes, and 2, provide informed input. Further, we would like to see a Spanish language version of the proposal be made available as soon as possible and before any vote is conducted. Our children have seen us come together as a community to best serve and protect them, and we do our best work when all stakeholders have an opportunity to have a say. We can't possibly be united if we're leaving people out of the decision-making process. Please delay the vote. Thank you. Next, Amber Storia, CUSD parent. It's come to my attention that CUSD is ready to move forward after having been delayed by COVID with the rebalancing of district lines in an effort to better stabilize the enrollment and diversity at the 3 coastside-based elementary school sites. It is my understanding that CUSD is approaching the 2nd phase of the process with the same resource equity lens that was used during phase 1 when the Moonridge neighborhood was rezoned to join the Hatch boundary lines. The phased-in approach of the proposed transition is a logical one, and if the Pillar Ridge community is rezoned to join Farallon View, it would be restoring the historical precedent for those neighborhood boundary lines. It also seems like it would be a prudent time to restore the TK programming at Farallon View in order to provide parity of the full scope of services the other 2 coastal school sites currently offer. As with any change, communication will be the key. We must make certain that all neighborhoods that are impacted understand clearly that while their zoning might change, they can absolutely still choose to attend their current school site. We are fortunate that our district allows for school of choice transfers. A decision on this important issue should be made prior to the end of this current school year so that families and school sites can be prepared for the phased-in transition in fall of 2023. Sincerely, Amber Surya. All right. And last 2 written. Melissa Majewski, CUSD parent, the options proposed for elementary school boundaries are complex and potentially very impactful to community and traffic. The need/business case for balancing enrollment across the schools is not clear in the assessment, which should be well understood to offset potential negative impacts of changes. I request that the board does not vote on the options today, April 13th, and allow time for the community to review and discussion to understand how a change will benefit the community and students and come back at a future date. And last but not least, of the written comments, Sabine Cummins, El Granada resident and El Granada parent, EGE parent. Hello, will the community have a chance to review and digest the considered changes of school boundary lines before the board goes into a vote today? This change could impact families in big ways, therefore it would be key to have their inputs. I understand the need for this change in order to balance the student population ratio across the three schools, but there are also many factors to consider: transportation, transportation, teacher classrooms, etc. Could the vote be delayed until the community has had a chance to review the considerations and submit feedback? This will allow for a great discussion and collaboration across all schools and their families and create a plan that will support our diverse communities. Okay, so that's it for the written comments. And then we have Aisha Barrow come up for this item. And then next will be Laura Sanders.
Aisha, hit the button and it'll light up red. There you go.
All right, thank you. A lot of the comments that I had were already iterated during the written comments part, so I won't repeat them. But one of them was about process and input, and I'm also relaying from Belinda Arriaga, who wasn't able to attend this meeting today. But I know she's been in communication with some of you, Sophia, Sean, especially the Latino community felt like they were not consulted and that they didn't know about this meeting, even some of them that are leaders and very engaged. And I think that's not just them, it's everybody, right? You know, a lot of people didn't know. I didn't find out about this until I got the email from yesterday. So, you know, I know that you have this top of mind, and thank you for delaying the vote, but just consideration for how you will ask for input, not just email, but also like maybe live meetings that include the Latino population, especially because they are the ones that are going to be the most heavily impacted by this change based on the options that you've laid out, the Pillar Ridge community. And so, you know, they are the ones that are going to be the most impacted and also the ones that are potentially the least able to accommodate some of those changes. I know that busing would solve some of those problems. There's something that used to exist in the community, especially for the kids from Moonridge to Fairlawn-View. And as you've described, Sean, it wasn't ideal from an equity perspective, but in this instance, it would address the inability of that community to drive there, and also the challenges around congestion and traffic that I've heard about in the written comments as well. So consider that, and I don't know what all the challenges to that are, but definitely something to be considered. And then another thing that hasn't been brought up, but that I've been wondering about is at Hatch, there's the Spanish immersion that many of us want to get into, but is not accessible to everybody. But why is it that there are not other programs like that at other schools? You know, like it doesn't have to be Spanish immersion. Top of mind for me, for example, is STEM. If you can get into Spanish immersion, get into a science program, something specific to the school. I feel like Hatch, people go there, a lot of people go there from other communities because of Spanish immersion. El Granada, it's the special ed. How about Fairlawn-View? Could it be a STEM program or something else of that nature? Having other special programs that attract people to different school sites. So these are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. And next is Laura Sanders.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Laura Sanders. I am a parent of an El Granada and a Cunha student and the vice president of the El Granada PTO board. First, I just want to say thank you for delaying the vote. I'm one of the people that emailed in to really implore you to do that. These are decisions that should not be made lightly and should definitely involve community input. And if I think back to a few years ago when we did make other changes, I remember there was a lot of outreach. I remember hearing about board members going into the communities that we impacted and seeking input and really having a back and forth dialogue, which is not something we can do in this forum. It was helpful for me to hear the presentation tonight. It was helpful for me to read the packet, but I still have questions that are not fully answered. And so having an opportunity for a back and forth dialogue is very important. As also, I think it helps us clarify things. So when I read the report, it was not clear to me, did this just include family or students who are currently enrolled in Cabrillo Unified? Are we also considering other families that live here that choose to go to private schools? Or a way we can attract more of those students into our schools? The 31 students from Farrell Longview, it wasn't clear to me why they were choosing to go to other schools. It was a question I had. In no way, shape, or form would I suggest that those students should not have an opportunity to go to the dual immersion program. It was more just a question of why are they choosing not to go to their local school, and that maybe help us, once we know the reasons that people are choosing not to go to the local school, will help us identify solutions for how to keep, for what we need to do. Still, again, a lot of questions. I think traffic needs to be taken into consideration. The ability to bike to school needs to be taken into consideration, not just walk. And so I really look forward to the commitment that I'm hearing tonight about reaching out to the community, a chance for back and forth dialogue, a chance to have questions answered. And I think whenever we're going to have something like this, it really does need to be provided, the information needs to be provided in both languages. Hearing that there could be a vote tonight on something that could impact a lot of people that many people did not have access to was quite alarming. And so I hope we can do a better job of that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. And for consistency, because we did set out in the beginning of the meeting that we will accept comments from the public for items up until the start of that item, I just want to invite the person that gave the request late to email us or reach out to us and just give us that comment later. I don't want to make a different rule for each item. So, Karina, please reach out to us. And we're all, as you can see, highly accessible and happy to talk, as is our district staff.
I'm certainly happy to talk to anybody, anytime, all the time. I kind of pride myself on people reaching out and saying, Sean, do you have time for me? Sure. And they go, oh, really? And some of you know.
It goes back to what I said earlier about being in like a just right size Goldilocks school district where you get access to your superintendent. Like that does not happen in a lot of other places. So,
can I add one comment?
Yeah.
When we did the new trustee boundaries a year ago, and we had a meeting very similar to this, and we already knew we were going to have a follow-up meeting to vote. But at that first meeting, you guys each gave your opinion of what ones you liked and didn't like. And I think if you said that tonight, you may alleviate a lot of community concerns.
I would agree with that. I want to let the board make their comments. You've already heard about what I think is the funnel approach. I already think that you already know, now that you're able to hear the presentation and it's full, that, oh, you're really talking about staff recommendations for something that is the better option. And so I'm hoping for the board to sort of give me direction to sort of begin engagement and having staff begin engagement with people who would be impacted once we determine which of those options we're looking at. And if you would accept our recommendations, staff recommendations, on narrowing that choice before we go out to do the outreach. Again, I charged Tom with providing choices just because I didn't want you guys to feel like there was only one choice and have people go, oh, it could be this, that, and the other. Really, we've looked at numerous choices.
Let's open up for comments. Who wants to go first? Kim?
Yeah, and thank you for I didn't have a feel for how many immersion students we have at Hatch. Obviously, half the population of Hatch moving to Farrell Longview isn't going to make sense. But I think it's perhaps something to explore in the future. Aisha, you mentioned, I'm not supposed to talk back to you right now, but anyways, my son actually was in the dual language program at El Granada, and it was working tremendously. And when classroom sizes increased, because they started with 2 kinders, they didn't have enough to fill that 4th grade classroom. And so, and I think it got cut even before he did K1-2 in a dual language program. And it truly was, it was a 50-50 split in what was offered. It wasn't an immersion. I think it's not an unreasonable thing to ask or explore, or that might actually, at some point, maybe not now, but help balance across the school sites, if that's such a big attraction at Hatch. If you've got kids from the Fairlawn View and El Granada neighborhoods coming to Hatch because of immersion, that if there was another choice, that might help with the campus loading. That said, I do appreciate the final recommendation, and I gotta say, the presentation helped me to realize that, yes, it's the alternative one, it's the Pillar Ridge community, even though that's kind of toggled back and forth. And then the combo 1-2 of Hatch going to El Granada. I think in reading that, see that as something equitable and understand that because parents can still request another school if that's truly what they are, what's the language for that?
Intra-district transfer.
Inter-district.
Intra,
yeah.
or open enrollment.
And I think that's going to be really important if you know, again, children, that does need to be communicated to that Pillar Ridge community, that you're not going to get yanked out of El Granada if you're there now, and that there's some, anyways, what that process is, just to smooth the communications, I think will be useful. So thank you.
Point of privilege, if I may, President Lane, respond quickly just so that I can make sure this is very clear. Resource allocation in schools is very difficult. Enrollment in schools is very difficult. There are times when you have students and families who want to be in a particular class and you run out of room. So while we have an open enrollment policy, particularly for Hatch immersion, but other people from El Granada sometimes go to Fairlawn View. I've met parents like that. They live in El Granada proper, but they go to Fairlawn View because of what they considered and described to me as a science focus. But I've also had families from Fairlawn View go to El Granada. I mean, this mixes. I mean, people have different values for different reasons. And I want to just say all the schools are beautiful. All the schools have their own peculiar characteristics, but we do have open enrollment. We do have intra-district, meaning people can try to transfer. It would be, I would hate to make people think that we guarantee that placement, because sometimes you can't guarantee that placement because there is a limited number of seats for people and you can't get them in, and then you have to say, sorry, we have to assign you to a different school. That's just reality at sometimes.
So first, I just want to have the appreciation. It is remarkably helpful to have Tom here, who has been working with us for years, knows these numbers, knows these neighborhoods inside and out from the perspective that we need for this purpose, right? Many of us know where to get the best burgers, where to get the best whatever, like where our friends live, but like your perspective, I think we can't make these decisions without this kind of scientific approach. So I think that's really helpful. And also just a big thank you to Sean for your strategic agility to be able to kind of take the feedback from us and from the community and to just say, okay, let's slow down to speed up. And yes, we want to get things done and move along quickly and wrap up what we started years ago, but like many things was interrupted by the pandemic. But thank you to you for your agility and kind of pivoting, Sean, to be able to hear more from our community and share more information, because it's a fairly complex topic because there are really important nuances that need to be explained as well. So I want to just say those things too. To Tom's question, I think alternative one, for sure, between El Granada and Fairlawn View, that's hands down the better alternative. So I fully support that. For the El Granada Hatch, I don't love the combination of 1 and 2 because Highland Park is kind of weird to shove up to El Granada from my view. So I would be curious, if we were, and you probably showed us the numbers, but if we were to just take alternative 1 instead of 1 and 2 from El Granada for the El Granada Hatch option, what would that look like just strictly numerically? Because I do think, I like Aisha's idea, and it's come up in the past too for both El Granada and which of course has a special day program which pulls kids in, but for Farallon View as well, which sort of informally, I don't know if Amy's here, like kind of has an ocean science theme informally, but I think having more of like an official magnet program could be something to explore if we needed to take like a middle of the road map solution to that problem. That was a really long sentence, but I think most of you followed. So that's kind of my thought around, I'm open to 1+2 on the southern end, but I feel like one, even with those two neighborhoods going up there, like that's still like a change. Highland Park is just bigger. And it's closer, and it's like literally right by the high school, so it feels more downtowny. So that would be that's kind of like my preliminary feedback. And as far as like busing and transportation and traffic, I think we have a really great opportunity and partnership now at the county level with our friend on the Ray Mueller, who's in the supervisor board, who has been able to help us work with Samtrans, because he's on that committee, to modify routes to enhance them for their Hatch students. So I think we have a really great opportunity to continue working to expand, to leverage our partners at the county and the resources that we have in our county organizations like Samtrans to help alleviate challenges that, as a school district, doing 100,000 things is yet one other really difficult thing to have to solve, not just for us, but statewide. Busing is a challenge. So I would throw that out there to you as far as some of the concerns for transportation. And yeah, that's kind of my thoughts right now.
Okay, so just, I'm going to do point of privilege and just respond to that a little bit too. As I understand it, Tom, and I'll redirect this to Tom, what I heard from this is if you only do option 1 or option 2 between the Hatch, El Granada, it's only the combination of the two that deliver enough to El Granada to address option 1 of Farallon View, El Granada. I just want to get Tom to be able to answer your question. That was because I think it was a tacit, implicit.
That's a very valid possibility to just move alternative 1 of the, it's just a question of how much you want to get Hatch's numbers down and how much you want to get El Granada's numbers up. But I forget the exact number now. It was the next to last slide that I actually skipped in the presentation because it was hard to read. But there is the next to last slide is a table that shows the various choices. I think it's page 14, if I recall correctly. Right, yes, okay. Now, the first column that says Hatch, you'll see it's identical numbers for alternative 1 and alternative 2. The reason being that in that column, I'm talking about what happens to Hatch if you go with alternative 1 or alternative 2 between Farallon View and El Granada. Well, obviously that doesn't affect Hatch. That's why those 2 numbers in the Hatch column stay the same. What changes is within each of those, what goes on. And if you just did alternative 1 and alternative 1, you would have approximately, and we go out 5 years, numbers can vary. Let's be realistic. There may be a big birth rate, big kindergarten class 1 year in one school and a small in that happens. But bottom line is, if we just did only alternative 1 and alternative 1, you'd be talking 2027 of about 560 at Hatch and about 250 at El Granada. If you're happy with those numbers, then that works.
Can we see that map again, the 1 and 2 alternative?
The big difference is Highland Park, right?
Current state.
Right. So the only thing being really shifted there is Highland Park, period.
Go to the next slide if you would, Rosie.
Right. Returning to being assigned to El Granada, which is where it was for a long time until 3 years ago. And then alternative 2 moves Highland Park and leaves the option area. And the combination of alternatives 1 and 2 moves both 92 and Highland Park into El Granada.
I mean, I think the first part is slam dunk, for sure. I mean,
You mean alternative one at
Yeah.
Farallon View, El Granada?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah. Looking at that table, it looks like alternative 1 versus alternative 1 plus alternative 2 for Hatch El Granada, assuming alternative 1 for Farallon View is a difference of 10 students at each school for 2025. Like 10
That's
down.
partly because of grandfathering.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
but I'm assuming,
It'll
that
magnify.
I'm assuming most, so, you know, I didn't go past 2027 because that's
Yeah.
really getting theoretical, but the bottom line is, as grandfathering phases out, those numbers go further.
Well, hopefully we'll have some more affordable housing by then on the coast side and get some more young families.
And again, speaking of affordable housing, I want everybody to know also that Tom has factored in the potential for the mid-pen development at Moss Ridge, which has long been debated but is inching toward being completed. That has factored into his demographics. And then Tom did ask me too, well, what are these ideas and the initial plans you're talking about workforce housing? And of course, we have talked about that in concept at the last board meeting or two board meetings ago, 42 units for employees at the district office site and potentially 18 townhomes in that underutilized part of South Hatch. So he has factored that in too. Oh, and the Hilltop Mobile Home Park. And I think there was another development that is being built that you also factored in. 555 Kelly, which is going to be mostly senior farm workers, I believe, yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments or like initial impressions of the two areas, the Farallon View El Granada alternatives and then the Hatch El Granada alternatives? Was that?
Yeah, I'm also kind of going, I like what you proposed when you're talking about the numbers. So let me back up a little bit. I do agree that we need to inform the community, especially the Spanish-speaking community, because of language issues. It's always, it's a little, it's just different than just, you know, people who are very, have access to technology and, you know, read the board meetings and whatnot. So we do need to inform the Latino community in a way that's productive and that they will understand. With that being said, I do agree with what you've been proposing, and I also want to just highlight what has been stressed out here is like this is for the oncoming CUSD enrollment, and we are very proactive. I mean, even when Moonridge, the whole move with Moonridge, some people chose to stay at Farallon View, and it wasn't an issue. So I think that the fact that there's a lot of flexibility and a lot of support is something that we also need to also focus on, that we're willing to work with the families, and we're here to listen to them and support them. But one of the things that I was a little outraged was the concern for the Title I monies, which that were going to be lost. The money is allocated to the student. So if the student moves, the money goes with them. I don't understand why that's even a topic or a concern. It's very little money, but it only makes sense that if that money is going to a student, it follows him to whatever school he enrolls in. I don't think there's a lot of debate on that. And I was just concerned why that was even an issue to be brought up.
If I can respond to that, just so the public knows, the board members did get comments from the public. One of the concerns that was raised to board members and that I saw today and yesterday also was, well, what have you taken Title I funds? And then I did inquire in specific about this issue to Dr. Bhatia and to find out, for example, because it was raised with regard to El Granada Title I funds, because only two of our schools, elementary schools, get Title I funds, El Granada and Hatch. And the question is, well, when you move this, will that be impacted? The Title I allocation to El Granada currently is $11,900. the Title I allocation to Hatch, 23,000. So, yeah, and so also I will say sometimes in some school districts, when you get Title I dollars, if you can't divide it between schools, like Half Moon Bay fell out, they no longer get Title I funding. But sometimes in school districts, what you get is Title I given to the district, and then the district allocates in particular ways. So there are ways to correct around that, but just so the public knows, we did look at the Title I funds, and it's about 12,000, 11,900 at El Granada, and a little over 20, maybe twice that at Hatch, and nothing at Fairland View and nothing at Kings Mountain.
Thank you for that clarification. I am going to direct my now in Spanish. Creo que es bien importante que el voto sea un poco atrasado, y el hecho es porque esta información tiene tiene mucha razón la comunidad de tener el tiempo, más que nada para informarse, para saber los hechos y saber todo lo que, las posibilidades y las otras opciones que tienen las familias. Como hemos dicho, esto es una proposición para los que van a entrar de nuevo al distrito como nuevos alumnos. Esto no va a afectar a los que ya están inscritos en ciertas escuelas. Cuando esto llegue a pasar, va a pasar igual que lo que pasó cuando se cambió a la comunidad de Fairland View, de Moonridge, a Hatch. Y hay apoyo, hay algo que se llama inscripción abierta, en donde uno como padre tiene el derecho de mantener el alumno donde quiere que se quede. Otra de las cosas también es, tenemos mucho apoyo, pero esto es más para nivelar el nivel de alumnos en cada clase. Y yo creo que como un padre yo apoyaría, como madre yo apoyo eso, porque a veces es difícil tener una clase completa de un grado cuando no hay suficientes alumnos, y a veces también es difícil para los alumnos que tengan esa oportunidad cuando una clase está completamente llenas. Así que si alguna persona tiene alguna pregunta, alguna duda, por favor hablen a las escuelas. Tienen correo electrónico en la página web del distrito, estamos nuestros contactos, contáctense con nosotros. Cualquier duda, cualquier inquietud, les invitamos, y creo que el distrito también pronto va a sacar información traducida para que sepan también los detalles. The translation, has it been done or
Well, that's the thing. This is the whole thing too, isn't it? El primer paso para mí sería presentar al board y al público. I'm trying to speak in Spanish here for this audience here, and she's asking me the question. So I'll say it in English. The first step for me was, let's get Tom to present to you and to raise the questions in the board, and we knew it was going to be frothy and, wait, no, you can't do this, and we need to explain, and now we can go back and start to do engagement.
Sí, así que la primera meta del superintendente era para la presentación hacia nosotros, los de la mesa directiva, y también para que estuviera aquí la persona, el demógrafo, que es el que está haciendo todo el trabajo, el que está haciendo todas estas investigaciones, y ha trabajado con ese distrito. Aunque no es local, él conoce estas calles bastante bien y ha trabajado con nuestro distrito por casi 3 años. Y esto no es nuevo, esto es algo que también estábamos tratando de averiguar, que era una posibilidad que íbamos a pensar en hacer, pero desafortunadamente llegó COVID y tuvimos que casi parar todo y enfocarnos en la pandemia. Ahora que ya estamos un poco más pasado de ese tiempo de pandemia, estamos ahorita viendo cómo vamos a beneficiar, porque también estamos dedicando dinero para remodelar unas escuelas, las 2 escuelas, y tiene sentido que sean remodeladas y el dinero sea invertido con la suficiente capacidad posible en las escuelas.
I just also want to take a point of privilege here to say Rocio, who came to speak earlier, who's on DLAC, she and I had met earlier at the beginning of the year, Hatch parent, to talk about the concerns they have of overcrowding at Hatch. So the connection is, it's all connected, right? So I just do always want to remind people, this is about balancing enrollment at all the schools and trying to alleviate some of the over-enrollment at Hatch that needs to happen, I think, because of who it serves. But the parking is a particular issue for staff and for families. And so we're trying to alleviate some of that and also balance the other sites. But I do know that changes, people have questions.
Sorry, that Lizette, nothing you said was new when you said it in Spanish, but that you emphasized that when families have questions, like sometimes it's harder to figure out who at the district or who on the board to talk to. But we have 3 amazing, fantastic directoras in our schools, 2 of whom are here, one of whom was here just 2 minutes ago. And I'm sure they would be happy to speak with anybody in the meantime, and as much as they can with the information that you're very well-versed in it and can defer to Dr. McFetridge as needed. But I think that if that's like a more comfortable point of contact to even understand, what does this mean? Do my children have to change schools? Like, I think they would be fantastic.
Tenemos 3 directoras bilingües,
yes.
mejor que yo. También our assistant superintendent, Dr. Batia, bilingüe, Jesus Contreras, bilingüe. Our principals are bilingual, and we will try to prepare materials in the weeks ahead, because it will take time for us to prepare the materials and get the materials out so they can have talking points and so the principals can have those questions answered. Because we can't rely all the time on Lizette and Leticia and Jesus and Rosie and Josefina.
God help us if you realize.
Do a very good job. Thank you for helping us with that.
All right, so I'm hearing kind of, is it unanimously kind of leaning towards alternative? And not that we're not voting, to be really clear, but general sentiment, not much interest in alternative 2, and a little bit more ambivalent on the second part? Like, are there strong feelings or inputs other than I just mentioned Highland Park?
I'm just gonna, because I kind of feel like I want to make sure Carmen and Mary Beth get some words in, because you've spoken a little bit on this. How do you feel? Let's just gauge the board. You're asking the question. Are you comfortable with us saying option 1, each of option 1? Is that what I'm hearing from the board?
I'm comfortable with the recommendation that has been given.
Okay, so the recommendation that was given was option 1 for Farallon View and El Granada, and a combination of 1 and 2 for Hatch and El Granada. You're comfortable with that?
Yeah, and I mean, I'll be interested to hear feedback we have on that.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Like, my personal inclination would be more to kind of go slow to go fast and not move all of that east side of Highway 1 to El Granada, but I didn't realize that doesn't solve as much of the problem. But really, that's only my kind of inclination for like what that neighborhood feels like it naturally, probably because it's always gone to Hatch, just I've been here. But I think that's something for, maybe to get input on from families as well. Like maybe on that one, check both.
Fight it. I wouldn't fight it if that's what was wanted, but.
For balancing numbers. I'm thinking it's also out of.
That's true.
It's easier.
I was thinking that too, actually.
I hate turning left.
But Kim, they're going to have a light there. I think they're going to have a light there at some time.
Yes,
so that's why.
I say that. Let's kind of get some feedback on that, because that is
so
actually nice.
I defer.
That's a hard left turn.
Feedback from that that neighborhood would be appropriate, but I just know me as a driver, I'd go 4 miles out of my way instead of
turn left on that spot.
making left-hand turns into traffic.
So maybe let's assess that one. Lizette, do you have strong feelings? one was good and you're open on the other one.
Okay, so I'm just going to say, and this is very difficult always with my bosses to try to corral and get you to it, because I rely on you for employment and just in general because I trust you and respect you and you are the representatives of the community. What I think I'm hearing is that we have, with a funnel approach, agreed and landed on that we have said that any option other than one between Farallon View and El Granada does not make sense because it goes right into El Granada, okay? So it's the Pillar Ridge option, option one. But that the other one, I'm hearing some waffling, and you could go either way. We can prepare materials to share about option one and option two, but you know, you're not going to get anything perfect all the time. I think you'll get resistance with option one and option two. Did you want to go with option one because of the Highland Park concern, or do you want to go with option one and two as we had recommended? You know, nobody's going to be happy, and you guys have to be. So you make the decision ultimately. Just tell me one or one and two for the Hatch El Granada.
I'm not hearing like that we have strong feelings either way. So I think on that I probably would give the option, like would show both options to the community to just say like the first, generally I like to give people options. I guess that's where I'm coming from. And that's why I appreciate that you came with options, even though one of them was terrible, because that was like the least terrible alternative to alternative one for the north part. But while I appreciate keeping things simple, I also feel like, I don't know, maybe there is more room for discussion if we seek input on the two alternatives for the.
We will try. It will be more complex, but we will try to do it that way and frame it that way.
To make it simpler, we could give the recommendation and then see what kind of feedback we get. And if we are getting feedback, those people don't want to go.
That's fine too.
You know, I'm just trying
or just
to
at least
to
have
make
it as
simpler.
a talking point. Like, I mean, I'll leave it to you to how to present it. It doesn't need to be two maps. It could be the 1+2 with a talking point of like, well, an alternative we didn't show, but could be that you pull Highland Park out, but then the numbers wouldn't be as mitigated. And so I'm flexible.
I think what I just heard Mary Beth saying was, let's go on and present it, the 1 and 2, and we get the feedback on it. And if there's resistance in community members from that neighborhood, you know, that'd be next month's discussion. But the other piece is, if they're not part of the dual language, they may actually appreciate the smaller school setting. So again, there's so many variables, I don't think we could predict, so.
Okay, I think I have enough. I think I'll present 1 and 2 for El Granada and Hatch, and then we'll field the feedback, and then you can get that feedback, and then you can make the decision. And I just also want to put out a caveat for the public and for the board. It may take us longer for staff, because I'm going to lean on Dr. Bhatia and Ms. Forrester and Mr. Barnes to, and then work on translating these materials. I'm not sure. I'm going to try to get a reserve clause here to say, we'll try to bring something back in May, but for the gift of time, it may be something we bring back in June. And I will say too, that the other thing is, we're not even now at this point, because we've already started enrollment, looking at necessarily having this solved. And we're still gonna like have the reserve clause that people can like enroll and like keep their, because some people have enrolled already. So there will be some gray area here. I just want a full disclosure.
And just, I know you know this, Dr. Bhatia, and I think I always appreciate when you have Josefina and you guys do the translation. It doesn't have to be verbatim. It just has to be comprehensible information that needs to be relayed to the community. And sometimes people feel like they need to, translate the period at the end of the sentence, and that's not. The goal is, there's no point in translating something that doesn't make sense.
And just so you know, thank you for saying that, Ms. Cortez, Lizette, because translating Tom's documents at being as complete as they are into Spanish it kills it. We can definitely translate now a pared down PowerPoint presentation and lay out really clearly, these are the considerations, these are the options, this is what it means. Is that enough direction for us?
I'm going to add one last comment. When you make that vote, you can obviously make the date it's implemented your choice. It could be immediate, it could be July 1, whatever. So back to the question you said about kids already enrolling, you could always say everybody who enrolls up to June 30th stays where they enrolled, and then anybody who enrolls after July 1 goes in the new pattern. You know, it's whatever date you choose, different districts do it different ways.
Yeah, it seems like there's just a lot of options even to go back to kids that enrolled, say, hey, we're change this, you have the option if you want. Like, I would trust staff to, like, the first year of a transition is always kind of messy. Like, even till now, we've had 92 be like wherever you want, right? Like, we have those options based on the feedback that we get as well. So
I think the upside of this is we get to complete work that we didn't get to complete 3 years ago with the shift of Moon Ridge back to their natural neighborhood school and Main Street back to their natural neighborhood school. And now we get an opportunity to communicate better. And I did talk to Belinda Hernandez Arriaga today from LAS on the phone. And Lizette, I hear this from you too, that this does give us an opportunity now. That's the upside. I'm just going to say the silver lining of this is that now we have closer to board direction and some community input to get this closer to being able to simplify it and make it clear for the public in English and in Spanish.
all right, sounds good. No further comments or questions, then we will thank you, Tom. Have a good evening.
And Tom will not be able to be here in May, and so that was also part of the reason why I will say that I wanted to get this done now. Tom, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your hard work and doing this in the way that you've done, as always. And we didn't even get to talk about the demographers report that you'd included and the continuing declining enrollment, but maybe in the fall. All right, enjoy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tom.
I would entertain a motion to carry the meeting past 10. There is a report from Dr. Bhatia on math curriculum, and then mine should be fairly simple, I believe, after that. But I would entertain a motion to go past 10.
All right, does anyone want to make the motion? Seconds?
Seconded.
We need an ending time,
11:30?
11:30.
It's not gonna be.
It ain't gonna be.
I don't want to do it again.
I have Fabio
Math
outside.
curriculum is very exciting though. I know, I'm a big dork. We know this already. But that's really important topic, and that's the kind of stuff I wish we could spend more time on, and I don't want to shortchange it, and I don't want to have to add another motion. And we're gonna try to not do that, but I don't want to have to rush to, it's just simpler.
Okay.
Okay.
Kim Hines was your motion, and the second was?
Carmen.
11:30, okay.
Hopefully a lot earlier, I'm just saying.
And you all nod, you're all good with that? Okay.
Oh, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Sorry, Lizette.
And Dr. Bhatia will be presenting on the work that she's done with secondary practitioners on choosing a mathematics curriculum adoption. And this is actually, in some ways, easier, I think, the secondary picks than the next presentation she'll make next month on science at the elementary level. But here you go.
And just want to say for the record, I think Lizette maybe wins the prize for going to work on the earliest, most mornings. Tomorrow's the day off.
Did you need something?
She leaves 5. She doesn't work on Friday. I'm leaving at 6:30 for Sacramento.
Yeah. She used to be here till midnight and get up at 4:30.
I'll be leaving at 6:30 for Sacramento.
Well,
That's my break.
again, for whatever reason, the computers aren't syncing, but I would imagine that you guys can get Dr. Bhatia speaking and then focus on the slide. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. B. Sorry you had to wait for all this.
Oh, no worries. Good evening, President Lane, governing board members, Dr. McFetridge, colleagues and community members. So I'm here today actually representing the hard work of our math practitioners at the secondary level. And so today I'm going to try to quickly go through the process that we engaged in over the last academic year. I also talk about the high need for us to focus on mathematics instruction, and then also present to you a recommendation for secondary math adoption. So on this slide here, these three goals, and under the direction of Dr. McFetridge, these are the three pillars that we anchor all of our work in. And so today's mathematics secondary adoption is anchored really on the first two pillars. The first one is a focus on equity. Most of our secondary math curriculum is over a decade old. And as you will see shortly, the data definitely demonstrates that our students are performing at an even lower level than English language arts. And of course, right, curriculum is directly linked with academic improvement. And although this is the third goal or third pillar is around sustainability, this is an 8-year adoption, so we're also looking at sustainability of program and professional development needs. So I always try to just bring this back because this is the work that we do every single day, looking at the multi-tiered system of support and always continuously having a cycle of inquiry to ensure that we're determining is what we're utilizing and the strategies that we're using, is it best practice? If it is, then let's continue. If it's not, let's take a pause and look at something else to ensure that we're meeting the need of the project or the curriculum that we're implementing. Okay, so I know that our math department chairs, Ruth Ann Wolk and Amy Trainer, were here, but I knew it was going to be late, so I told them, please just go home, but their intent was to come stay here. And I just want to give a big shout out to our department chairs, and I have to say that this is actually one of the first adoption where 100% of our educators piloted the curriculum. And so here are their names, both from Cunha and Half Moon Bay. Okay, so the adoption process began with consulting with our San Mateo County Office of Ed partners. In particularly high school, we don't have a list of approved materials from the state like we do in K through 8. And so we did look at the middle school approved materials, and many of the programs that I'm presenting tonight were on there. But San Mateo County Office of Ed did provide us a list with approved and vetted secondary math curriculum that is used across the county office. And again, I mentioned this is super amazing that 100% of our math educators piloted this curriculum. And of course, please know that throughout this year, the pilot also consisted of deep professional development, looking at data, making sure that we found out what are the gaps and what curriculum can really close those gaps moving forward. I also did want to point out that, sometimes not everybody sees that the grants that we receive and where the funding is going to, but I would have to say that like 95% of the grants that we receive are given back to our educators and helping us do this amazing work. And so our educators were compensated above and beyond for the work that we had in this engagement of math adoption. Okay, so this slide here, the reason why our secondary math educators approached me and saying, we really need to look at a math curriculum. This is even before the CASP scores were released. They saw the scores really low, and then the math scores were released. We just got them over the summer, right? And we saw, okay, their hunch was correct. Our educators also saw that students were not motivated, they lacked confidence. It's really all of the post-pandemic effects that we're seeing across all subjects, but particularly mathematics. And many students were at various levels throughout within a math class. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time on the why we are asking for approval of a secondary adoption, but I did just want to bring back and resurface the mathematics California dashboard data that was already presented to you. And this is one slide that shows that that our students are performing 65.4 points below standard. And if you look particularly at the very low level, that smaller box on the left, we have these subgroups that are performing at the lowest level, very low level. English learners, Hispanic, homeless, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. While we also in mathematics have our other population of students, 2 or more races, white, and please, I did want to make a note that there isn't, although there are performance levels for African American, Asian, Filipino, and Pacific Islander, the number is below 10, so we cannot publicly demonstrate this number. But we would probably fall as a district in the medium level, which to our math practitioners and the staff that piloted and to our Department of Curriculum Instruction is still very low, being at a medium level. We should at least have a few groups of students performing at high and very high. I bring up this data because having the curriculum that is aligned to Common Core, having the tools that our educators are asking for, being easily accessible, we predict that in the next 2 to 3 years of full implementation, we're going to see these numbers move up, and for 100% of our students. And here's yet another slide I'm not going to focus on, but here, as you know, Fairlawn View, Kings Mountain Elementary School are performing overall at the high and above status level, while all other schools are performing at the low status level. Okay, so now we'll start with the core curriculum that is being recommended for middle school. 100% of the middle school core curriculum will be under the McGraw-Hill Reveal Math, and at the high school level, and I know we also do offer algebra in middle school, we'll be using the McGraw-Hill Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry. And what this includes are yearly consumables, classroom sets, online access as well. And it is a curriculum that, again, was approved by 100% of our math educators that piloted. For AP statistics, all we are doing is adopting a newer version of the AP, the practice of statistics. So I thank also Ms. Gopinath, who is the only AP statistics teacher, so she piloted this and definitely recommending it. In this pilot, there were also some supplemental curriculum. So unlike science and a few other subjects that come with maybe readers or phonics pieces, for mathematics, the group is recommending to adopt the ALEX 360 program. It is a program that is embedded in the McGraw-Hill core adoption. And it basically is a computer technology resource that frequently checks for understanding and individualizes student intervention within the class. And again, it's something that is, it's an extra piece of the McGraw-Hill adoption, but again, 6th through 12th grade teachers have asked that we adopt the ALEX in addition to McGraw-Hill. And then we have Desmos curriculum for maths 6th through 8th and Algebra 1. And what Desmos is a more of a math lab support that can offer and support small group instruction in the classroom. These are, again, additional supplemental programs, Delta Math Plus. It's an online platform that self-grades and also supports custom problems. Kuta software, which creates custom worksheets. And we already talked about Desmos. Keeping in mind that a couple of these programs we did adopt during the COVID pandemic. And so we do have a contract that extends a few years. So we would just be closing out the 8-year adoption to ensure that we secure these supplemental materials for our math educators. Here are also some recommendations from our math teachers. We are recommending continued stipends for a monthly collaboration within our math departments at Cunha and Half Moon Bay. This is the first year that LCAP supported the collaboration in the math department and sectors, similar to science. And so I also want to give a shout out to Cabrillo Education Foundation, who is going to support a large part of the stipends moving forward for next year, because we have seen what amazing progress and support that our educators get as well as our students. So we're trying to replicate that collaboration model with math. And okay, and one more thing. So also wanted to talk about training days. We're currently engaging in in-person trainings and model trainings. So we want to ensure that we set aside funding for training days in the upcoming year, as well as increased training for newly hired teachers. I know that this year we are hiring in math a couple of teachers. I know Amy was mentioning that earlier. So it's important as new teachers come in that we set aside funding for full day trainings, even a summer workshop, to ensure that our new educators have those tools prior to the start of school. Okay, and here are some critical needs for the math adoption success. We understand that we are engaging in a huge SIS adoption this year, new student information systems. Our math educators want to make sure that our technology team also has the time to fully implement the software prior to the start of school. And we also know that, again, some of the internet issues are not sometimes related to our system. It's more of a Comcast issue, but making sure that we take a look at a plan B when the internet does go down, because much of this curriculum, not much of it, but a good half of the curriculum is based on an online platform. So the math teachers are asking, can we look at increased bandwidth to support the online curriculum? Also important to note that we are working with Pilarcito's high school staff to have them determine, I mean, of course, once we have an adoption, the adoption is for all high school students. At Pilarcito's independent study, the curriculum will be available for Pilarcito's high school, but we want to give Pilarcito's above and beyond, because sometimes they need a different, might need a different supplemental curriculum. And so I might come back to you probably maybe when we get back in the fall of 2023 to bring a proposal, a smaller proposal for Pilarcito's. And the last slide here will give you a summary of the cost for this 8-year adoption, which is approximately $400,000. And so this is an estimated amount because we still have to calculate shipping. We always try to negotiate with the vendors to see if they can include some freebie professional development. But again, this would be upgrading our math curriculum. And I always bring that visual or that comparison of the cleaning the pantry and the peanut butter. So this is another old peanut butter that we'll be throwing away and a new peanut butter that will be coming into the secondary math world.
For the public who have missed this metaphor in the past, sometimes Dr. Bhatia shows a visual of a pantry that's got all this old stuff in it that is no good, nobody knows where it is, and you gotta clean the pantry. And I just also wanna say for that metaphor is very good. I always say, hey, how are we doing with the peanut butter? Dr. Bhatia, can you review again, since your 3.5 years of being with us, what curriculum we have renewed and taken out the outdated peanut butter and added the new peanut butter?
Well, in middle school, we have upgraded our history, social science, our science in middle school, science at the high school level, smaller programs at the high school level. I know the psychology, I think there was a psychology course, CTE, in elementary school, which is always a bigger challenge because we're trying to align curriculum across 4 different sites. We have updated our English language arts curriculum, and we're currently piloting our science elementary curriculum. We do hope next year to bring to you and engage in a history, social science adoption process for elementary sites, and we have a group of teachers who are really excited for in making sure that they have all of the core content areas updated. I don't have an exact list, but I think that's probably 90%.
That's great, and so I just want to point out there was a plan for English language development for English language learners, there was a plan for visual and performing arts, upgrades. We've added to that curriculum and to those services and programs at the elementary school level, and science and math, clearly, English language arts, social studies. There is an aspect of this when you talk about the instructional core, about a teacher being in the presence of the students with curriculum. You've got, and we heard it from one teacher tonight, your curriculum has to be up to date. We had really out of date, old, stale, rancid peanut butter. So thank you for bringing fresh, chunky peanut butter.
Yes, that's the best one, chunky peanut butter. Any questions? I do want to point out that in this proposal, we are including some professional development, and it's an approximate, but we do feel that the McGraw-Hill professional development throughout in the next few years, and like I mentioned earlier, making sure that our new teachers get that core PD in the summer before they start is instrumental in the success for all of these programs.
Thank you. Math the numbers is literally another language in itself. And thank you for all the work and all the research and just supporting the teachers to pilot this, knowing that it was like 100% piloted by and reviewed by teachers is a win-win, because you have a new program and you have the buy-in and the teachers who are going to teach it. Not only collaborating, but also approving it and making sure that it's what they need, right? So thank you for doing that. Thank you for, looking to see other ways with our money, getting the stipends, because, you could have the best program and have the money to buy it, but if you don't implement it and support the teachers and it's not taught correctly, it's as good as it was. It's as good as the old peanut butter, okay? And so thank you for doing that. I also really appreciate that you're also going to include Pilarcitos in this, because some of those kids might be going back to the regular high school, comprehensive high school, and I've always said this in the beginning, just aligning curriculum is so important, because our demographics in this community, it's like one day we can afford to live in Half Moon Bay, and then next thing you know, we're living in another place and don't know when it has to, when it comes to education, there should be definitely an alignment, and knowing that some of our kids need to go to Pilarcitos for whatever reason, and then being able to know that even though they're in Pilarcitos and they've done what they need to do, that they could go back and not feel completely lost if they return to their comprehensive high school for graduation reasons or whatever their choice is. So thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias.
Por nada, patrona. Por nada.
Pause, Mary Beth reminded us. This is an item for action, so if we could just take a moment to make a motion for approval, and then we can continue our discussion.
Move to approve.
And second?
Second.
I'll just add, great, thank you. I agree, Lizette, with your points, and thank you, Leticia. I was joking when we were kind of getting ready, this is so important. This is the kind of stuff I wish we could spend even more time on, because we're here to make sure kids can learn what they need to learn. And math is to say it's so critical is the understatement of the century, because wherever you go in life, math teaches logic, math teaches numbers, math teaches estimation, whatever career or life path people take. And we even heard this at on a county call with some trades partners, just even to be an electrician, you need to know numbers, right? Anything, it's not like trades are all of a sudden immune from that. So the more we can emphasize just having that solid state of math, I'm so appreciative of this. And I'd love to have some more conversation, maybe it's in the context of strategic planning around the fuller math learning picture, which is not just a piece about curriculum, but additional supplemental supports. I know for years ago, maybe this is still done at Hatch, they used to do like math nights where you'd have like the families come in and do games. And it was really cool and fun because it was like math games that you could do at home, but the kids don't really realize they're learning math, like, you know, stuff like that. Or I know this is also the ultimate dorky thing, but like when I was in 7th grade, I was in the stock market club, and that was so, Kendra's eyes lit up. I'm not gonna call you out, but NERD also. But like stuff like that makes it a game, like that's just, I mean, the stock market is just a big game anyway, right? It's just real money, but like, you know, if you could play around with some fake money, like that's actually such a cool way to not only learn about like math, but also real life. So I'd love to have more conversations at some point, not only about like the traditional math pathways that we have, but about things like how are we, like what I've mentioned in terms of how we're making it fun and games for all ages. And I know some of our teachers at the high school, especially on like Pi Day, they're doing a lot of really cool, fun stuff that makes it more applicable to real life, and but also integrating with the arts. Like that's just like a whole, or music, or you know, dance, right? Like movement and rhythm relates so much to math. So integrating, and also like the applied mathematics too. I'd love to hear more about opportunities that we could do more, like finance, personal finance, like insurance, credit, taxes, like the math stuff you have to do when you're adulting that like, honestly, it's like, I don't even know how I learned it, probably like the painful way through experience, but like from our, you know, school was so different than anyway, but like having some exploration about how we can share with students like applied math, both from a professional perspective in terms of like small business finance. That's like a really important, or accounting, and that's maybe, sorry, I get really excited about math. And especially when you can apply it to the real world because it's all over. And so maybe that's opportunities with CSM for dual enrollment and expertise that they have, or I don't know. I feel like applied math, integrating with other subject areas, fun and games. Like I'd love to talk more about that maybe within the context of strategic planning or a separate presentation. Oh, the fourth one also I think about a lot for math specifically is like the phobia a lot of people have around math and how we are supporting kids like socially, emotionally, because and they hear it from their parents too. Sometimes they don't feel comfortable with numbers, right? Like some of us are, some of us aren't, but if kids feel like, oh my God, math is scary, then it's like, that's a real thing. And I know there's data statistics out there that explains how, like, a lot of kids have this fear of math when really it's like, they're fine, they're good at math. But that fear can hold them back. And there's some gender differences there too. So anyway, like I said, I get excited about math because I feel like there's such a importance and possibility in terms of even inspiring kids to be at school when they feel like they're learning math that means something to them. Because, you know, I mean, we all love calculus, but it's not for everybody, right? Like that's for a pretty distinct group of kids that's going mainly into engineering. Even I took calculus as a scientist and I probably didn't really need to. I wish I could have had statistics in high school. Like the fact that we offer that class is awesome. Because that is hugely relevant to so many career paths.
You take them all to Great America and you calculate the G-forces on the different roller coasters.
Yeah, you could do that too.
You know?
I did want to say that we actually are partnering with San Mateo County in offering it's a 15-minute student survey that will measure their self-efficacy for math. And so we'll move it every year, and actually I know secondary math teachers approved it, and we're moving forward with that because yes, I do agree with everything you said, Sophia.
Thank you. Maribeth?
I was just going to say, it's fun to see this all happening. I mean, I remember when I started this, all this stuff gave me heartburn. And I know it takes a long time and it takes a lot of money, but I think it's worth it. And I'm glad also to see that you're thinking about our specific gaps when you're looking at curriculum and really thinking about that. I think that's super important. And now that we get this base, then maybe we can do some more, but at least we have that, you know, we're getting that base now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, two quick questions too, unless Carmen had any. Two quick questions. I didn't catch the thing you said about elementary level math curriculum. Remind me what
we use Bridges, and think we adopted before we came, like a couple of years, so it could be 4 to 5 years old.
Bridges.
So we're right now not looking at bridges, but maybe in 3 years we might. Because typically every 7 to 8 years, that's when the curriculum gets stale. Publishers, they won't republish, and it hasn't happened yet. It's been like a 1.5 year journey. The state is rewriting the math framework. The math standards are the what, the framework for every content area is the how you apply the content standards. So there's a lot going on. They say now it's going to be May where the state will approve. But once the framework gets approved, then we'll try to align that framework with the curriculum and with training. And so for elementary, we probably want to wait 2 to 3 years because probably publishers will start aligning that new framework. And in about 3 years, I could come back and upgrade the math. I think in elementary, the last thing we need is history, social science for the big adoptions, and that hopefully will be next year, if we can find the money. Because I also wanted to say about the funding, because I think, Mary Beth, you talked about the funding. We're using the one-time, the arts, media, and textbook funds, because it's very restricted, right? It's for arts, and I know it. We developed the VAPA master plan, but when we're looking at curriculum and we're looking at, what our teachers need, and we're using a large portion of that fund to pay for the curriculum. And these funds you can't use for salary, you can't use has to be materials and supplies or above and beyond the core.
Yeah, that's good clarification. Thanks for that.
Okay, sorry. So my last question then was around the classes that you didn't discuss for Half Moon Bay High School, specifically that I noticed was pre-calc and calculus. So those materials will not change at this time, like what they have now is current.
Sorry. Yes, those will not change at this time. The math team felt that it was current, but again, in 2-3 years, we may bring a few others. I know next month we're bringing AP biology. It's going to be a smaller adoption. So sometimes like these classes are smaller. This was definitely, it took a village to bring this recommendation, 6th through 12th grade.
And then my assumption too, where you mentioned like algebra or geometry, because they're typically enhanced versions of those classes, which is like kind of the beginner level, and also advanced kind of classes. Like when you say algebra 1, you mean like all 3 levels of algebra, or geometry, I think are the 2. Is that correct?
Yes, and that is why we also have all the supplemental, because it'll help us differentiate whether a child is performing above level or below grade level.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, with that, thank you very much, Leticia. Yes, yeah. Do we have a motion? We had a motion to approve. I guess we're ready for a roll call or for a vote.
I think they did have, they did a motion and a second.
Yeah.
It was Lizette and Kim, right? Motion and second, they just need to vote.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Okay, passes 5-0.
Dr. Bhatia, I want to release you if you want to go early, because the rest of it is going to be, I think, rather quick, and it's all me.
Whatever you want. It's okay, She's good. You're good. Okay, so with that, item 5C, Sean.
Yeah, this is the approval of the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 23-24 school year. You'll see this in every school district every year. And it basically is Title V regulations, state regulations back to 1994. This is sort of your ability to declare a need for fully qualified educators and then describe what your anticipated openings may be, and then anticipates emergency permits for the following areas: CLAD credential and B-CLAD credential. Often this is particularly for immersion program. So it's pretty pro forma. We bring this to you every year. We would recommend approval. I hope that explained it. It's one of these HR things, and the state has to have this on file every year.
Motion to approve?
So moved.
There was a card for a comment, if I see. Do you have the comment?
Do you want to still make the comment? No. Okay, yeah.
Are you sure?
It was because of the procedure. I didn't know, and because I had to like stay ahead of time.
Yeah, okay, so you don't.
I hope that explained it.
It was quick, but I won't take anybody's time. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry.
Moved. We need a second. Second.
Mary Beth moved, Kim second. All in favor?
Aye.
Unless you had discussion.
Okay.
I'm not trying to rush.
No, this is
I can be here all night.
Those opposed, please say no. So
Okay.
I just have to ask. 5
I think it
to
was,
0.
yes, at 5-0. Just pulling up my agenda here, trying to save paper. So this next one is from, well, the next one would have been the TRAN issuance. We pulled that, again, because the county gave us a letter acknowledging that we do have a qualified budget, that we are deficit spending, that we look like we're in the red this year. They do know that we've done some journaling, but they do require more oversight. They will be assigning a fiscal expert. We've reached out to them. We had agendized this TRAN before they gave us that letter. We reached out back to the county, and just so you know, we've pulled it because we can't consider it because the county said, you're not doing that. So, because you're ostensibly in a position of fiscal emergency, and I'm just ringing that bell again. It is not made up. It is what the county tells us. So the next item, so we pulled that, and the next item is clearing bank accounts. And again, this authorizes you to deposit in one or more bank accounts as clearing accounts any miscellaneous receipts, including receipts from the sale of property or materials, et cetera, may provide from withdrawals from those accounts. There's no financial impact to the general fund, and we would ask you to approve it. And it basically is to give you some bank clearing accounts at the end of the year where we have some money where we can file, and it's kind of like able to stick in a bank account.
All right, do we have a motion to approve? 5E?
So moved. Thank you, Lizette.
Second?
Thank you, Mary Beth.
All right, questions or comments? All right, seems there are none, we can go to vote.
Okay, this is a roll call. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Aye. Carmen?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Mary Beth? This item passes 5-0.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, that ends our general business agenda.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry, I almost forgot about the portables, the new 5F.
And I know that there was a member of the public who had a question about whether or not we'd be doing this, and people were like, hey, why is this getting pulled? And I will tell you that this was actually, I believe, in the consent under P, approval for purchase and installation of portables for the CUSD projects. There was a board memo. It described how there were going to be 2 classrooms at Hatch with the kindergarten restrooms and a Hatch 36 by 40 teacher's room, and then the El Granada 1 24 by 40 classroom, and then a 12 by 40 boys girls restroom proposal, and then modular relocation proposal also. And I did receive some questions from a board member about this, and that is why I thought I would, for the purposes of this, I'm just going to give the shorthand on this. The concern I heard was, hey, this is a big ticket item. It's $700,000. Where's that money coming from? Why are we purchasing it? And why are we not leasing it? And this board and the public, if they've followed the bouncing ball over the years, knows that I don't like a car lease. I like to purchase a car, and that often it is more cost effective for us to purchase portables. So first of all, you know, the President Lane, do you mind me just going ahead and playing this out. So the question I got was, hey, what are we doing? At El Granada Elementary, there is going to be the building of a temporary/permanent campus that's called the 0.5 or the 1.5 to serve during and after construction. And it was cleared in November that we would create extra housing for the El Granada construction. This has to happen for us to be able to get rid of the old portables to build the new building over the next year. And so this would include the purchase of boys, girls restrooms and 1 classroom. Additionally, 3 existing portables at El Granada will be moved and placed at that campus. We've also moved 2 campuses which were served here at Cunha. Those now become part of that campus. So then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe 6 classrooms and a restroom that is going to El Granada. Brianna probably knows all these moves better than any of us because she's been in all these El Granada moves. Once that construction ends, the 0.5 campus will stay and be repurposed to be used for educational services, extended learning, and house programs similar to the early childhood and after-school programs, which you'll remember not last year, but the year before, well, I guess it was last school year, we asked you to purchase also, because that was the additional housing, the temporary housing we had at Hatch. And I said, hey, we could just buy these portables and then you'd have space for extended learning programs and for TK and for preschool, Los Listos. We were able to finally get Los Listos off the back parking lot. So this will be the similar thing. This will be temporary housing at El Granada while that building is being built. And then during construction, that will stay, and eventually it will be able to house the early childhood and after-school programs at Hatch. The cost of moving portables and purchasing 1 portable classroom classroom and purchasing the boys, girls restrooms building there is $381,000. And at Hatch, the expansion of the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program will require the purchase of 2 additional portable classrooms to better meet the needs of our students. And the ELOP, Extended Learning Options Program, after-school program, if you will pay for those 2 portable classrooms at a cost of $350,358. So the question was, how $700,000, you're using multiple funding streams. Some of it is bond, some of it is extended learning. And we kind of have to use that ELOP grant. So it's important that we do. And then question was, why is this a purchase and not a rental? It's also because the resale value of portables is low and removing portables is costly. You remember that whole rationale we gave you about both the Hatch purchase of portables and also for the purchase of the portables used for the community hub. The expanded and repurposing portables are educationally more effective, and the examples are the Early Childhood Center at Hatch, the Boys and Girls Club partnership at Cunha, and the community hub at Cunha. So that, I wanted to give context to the El Granada portables.
All right, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Seconded.
Questions or comments? I'll just say thank you, Sean, for the explanation.
I live to serve.
All right, so no further questions or comments, then Rose, I think we're ready to vote.
Thank you, Sophia. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5-0.
Okay, so with that, then we are at the end of our general business agenda. Item 6, future events, just 2. April 21st, well, probably a lot more at the schools. April 21st, staff development minimum day for all students, and May 11th, regular board meeting here at Cunha Intermediate School, multipurpose room, 6 p.m. All right, do we have a motion to adjourn? Second?
Seconded.
All in favor, or I guess Rosie?
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good